Okay, good morning. We got 2 minutes to start.
Pero todavía no lo prendes, yo lo prendo.
Neither you, neither Wilson, neither Gerson, nobody. All I have is the last thing I got from you is you waiting on Wilson to do your makeup. Good morning.
Todo bien, gracias a Dios.
Yeah, but you have to leave and then she will stop.
She would cry for it. You love her, Grandpa. Wait until you get it.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
All right, good morning. We're gonna get started. We're gonna do a roll call. We're gonna start with Christina.
Buenos días. Good morning. Cristina Olan, Council Staff.
Buenos días. Good morning, Lehigh Rivera Garcia, Council Staff.
Good morning, Maria Lopez, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Tony Blanchard, St. Thomas Councilman.
Carlos Fischetti, Council Chair.
Good morning, buenos dias, Heather Blau, NOAA Fisheries.
Ian Kirsting, NOAA Office of General Counsel.
Good morning, Roberto Sabater, Council Member.
Good morning, Daniel Matos Caraballo, Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources.
Nicole Angeli, U.S. Virgin Islands, Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Miguel Rolón, Caribbean Council, good morning.
Graciela Garcia Molinari, Council Staff. Good morning.
Janet Ramos Garcia, Outreach and Educational Advisory Panel Chair. Good morning.
Good morning, Vance Vicente, SSC, Chairman.
Jerry McGrath, DAP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John. Good morning, everyone.
Buenos días, Nelson Crespo, DAP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Good morning, all. Gerson Martinez, St. Croix DAP Chair.
Good morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison.
Good morning, Sarah Stevenson, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Marta Prada, IRA Coordinator. Buenos días.
Good morning, Danielle Blacklock, Director of the Office of Aquaculture, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Natalie Lord, MREP.
Good morning, James Craiglow, St. Thomas, St. John.
Okay. Oh, online?
Good morning. People in Zoom are Ana Salceda, Kiana Matías, Nicole Green, Ricardo López, Michael Funk, Josea Rivera, Mick Walsh, Refik Orun, Vanessa Ramírez, Kevin McCarthy, Jesús Rivera Hernández, and Ramon McIntosh.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's December 4th, continuation of the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council meeting being held at the Western Resort, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. It's 9:05 a.m. Next up on the agenda, continuing the agenda from yesterday, is Marta Prada, CFMC IRA Coordinator.
Buenos días. It's my pleasure to talk to you about the progress we have been made through the implementation process of the IRA projects for the CMC. So overall, the council received 2.6 plus million, and so far, going into more or less the first years of implementation, we have expended approximately 716 something US dollars, as you can see in this slide. The slide specifies the different projects, and so the total amount awarded to each one and the amount we have been paid so far.
I'm late. Thank you.
Overall, we have been evaluating the implementation process of these proposals or projects through two different main criteria. One is how the technical advance is going on. And by technical, I mean the fulfillment of all of the goals that were stated at the beginning. And the second criteria is how financially we are advancing with payments and everything. So next slide, I will start describing more or less and a very summary overall information for all of the projects and how they are advancing. The first one is referring to the educational project, as we have been saying in short name. The main objective of this project is to develop a storybook describing extreme events and describing how dynamics are affecting the habitats and the fishery resources associated, and be able to pass the main messages to the teachers, communities around Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, as well as the fishing community too. So far, through this project, 4 workshops have been completed. One workshop means 2 parts. One part is involving teachers, mostly science teachers, and the second part are involving the fishing community. In Puerto Rico, we have completed the goal of going through one of the main areas here, north, south, east, and west. And so In total, we have been more or less involving more than around 100 features in total and around 75 school teachers. The participation has been very productive. They have been discussing a lot of topics. So local community are expressing their concepts. We are exchanging scientific knowledge with them. And so have been a very interesting process going through these workshops. Our future work in the next 3 to 4 months is the development of 2 workshops, one in San Croix and one in St. John, St. Thomas, and possibly another 2 workshops in Puerto Rico, in Vieques and Culebra, and that will depend on available of the resources, I mean financial resources. Because features are asking us to go there and share and bring this information to them too. So we are trying to use the resources as most effective as possible so we can expand the goals of this project. Next. So this second project, it deals with the dolphin fish, the movement of the dolphin fish, information on the habitats and everything. And so through this project, some very interesting resources have been completed so far. From the 15 offshore trips, 13 satellite tags have been dropped on more or less relatively intermediate-sized individuals, and more than 300 regular tags have been also marked on different individuals throughout the Caribbean. With this project, additional existing data is being analyzed. For instance, Wes here, with the previous information he has been able to collect from 2002 to 2022, are analyzing this spatial distribution of the dolphin fish throughout the Caribbean. And so far, despite the daily variability, so far seasonal patterns start appearing. And by seasonal variability, I mean that through fall and winter, the range of the species, it appears to be small and expanded through the summer and spring, which is very interesting. Another interesting result from this project is how fast fishes marked inside or outside the Gulf Stream are moving. So the ones that are marked inside the Gulf Stream move approximately twice at the velocity of the ones that are outside. So right now they are also start looking at the effects of the Mona Channel and the Charleston Gyre and other very interesting sites where currents maybe are affected and how these are impacting the movement of the species. Additional data on sargassum and seawater temperature and how deep through the satellite tags, he is able to collect information on temperature at depth too. So it's very interesting. And for the next couple of months, he is planning to do 2 additional trips to St. Croix and 1 additional trip to Puerto Rico, and start improving the analysis of the metrics now that more data are being collected. He's approximately halfway of the work that proposes initially. So let's talk about another project. Through this project, a climate vulnerability analysis is being conducted. In my previous presentation, I mentioned that a total of 24 species were selected. But now I am reporting to you that through the team, they are collecting and updating the information on the literature. So each species is now have a profile with updated information, and that databases for each species have been circulated within an expert group that was identified throughout the region by species level. With that preliminary information, they were able to prepare special materials and did conduct an in-person workshop to evaluate how the vulnerability experts were rating on all of the different species following more or less more than 12 different criteria. So information is online. If you would like to have a look of the details of that, I certainly can provide that. Right now, they are evaluating, because this scoring process is first presented by the team, then evaluated by the experts, and now that the workshop is concluded, a post-workshop evaluation is being finalized. And they are ready to move to the second stage of the project, which is the consultation with fishers. Another project. This project is dealing with juveniles of King Kong and Nassau grouper. They are being taking environmental data at 12 different stations from in the southwest coast of Puerto Rico at two depths, more superficial and more close to the bottom. And so they have been now, since the beginning of May this year, collecting very interesting information. So temperature and other environmental parameters are being recorded for future analysis and to see if the habitat characteristics are changing or not, or the degree of that change. And to complement the physical chemical parameters measurements, they are also conducted a lot of field surveys. In these field surveys, they are quantifying the abundance and densities of juveniles of King Kong and Nassau grouper, and then being able to future present the combination of the biological changes and the environmental changes. Because they are focusing a lot of the reproduction of the King Kong, this project is conducting and doing field surveys and collecting data on the reproduction of the adults itself. And so the field, using a new methodology that is being proposed with different experts here in Puerto Rico and presented at the regional level to be adopted. They are following these protocols, and then now 18 different field surveys are being conducted in order to collect more information on the adult reproduction. In the future work for this project, so they are also preparing workshops to present preliminary results. They are meeting a lot with fishers, with the community. They are interviewing people. They are collecting information on their perceptions and how people's perceptions plus information are aligned or not. And the result from this project, it will be relatively it will be highly interested for responding questions that usually are coming from fishers to the council. So these fishing regulations are being imposed, and the results with analyzing juveniles, habitat characteristics for these two species that are on the recovery plans are aiming to produce that kind of information. Next. We have another interesting project. This time is to prepare climate vulnerability scenarios for management for two species, for red hind and for spiny lobster. So far, this is a process that is clearly established and applied for a couple of sites in the US continent. And so right now, this process is comprised by 8 different stages. In this project, we are halfway at the third step, and start looking at the initiation of the fourth stage. How those stages are first collecting information and deciding on the variables, on the dimensions, and what kind of information they would like to analyze. In particular, for future scenarios, they will prepare 3 different levels of impacts from environmental changes, using RPC recommendations for the minimum or aggressive changes. And so in the future steps, they are trying to finalize analysis of the scientific data, are also preparing for a workshop, one in Puerto Rico and one in the US Virgin Islands, logistics, material preparation, finalizing analysis of the data, generating maps and everything. So that's being prepared and expected to happen in the next couple of months. Next. Finally, we have our interesting proposal project that is aimed to be developed in the US Virgin Islands mainly, but with emphasis through the entire US Caribbean. And this project is been a little bit behind schedule, but fortunately, we are now able to report that the majority of the administrative challenges the local team was facing at the beginning of this setting up the project from the administrative point of view, because doing contract is something new for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources here. So they have to go through a long process and setting up special steps and special procedures. And I've been informed that that stage is now almost concluded and implementation could start very soon, hopefully by the end of this year. So to conclude my presentation, again, in red and in green, positive things and challenges that we need to face. So majority of the projects are moving along as expected. We have, with the taking data, with workshops, with interviews, gaining a lot of trust from different stakeholders throughout the islands. So for the Puerto Rico, for instance, it's very close collaboration with Puerto Rico Department of Education and with the teachers here are being developed and is very successful. Again, with fishers, we have been able to talk to fishers, a lot of fishermen that we didn't expect, from very young people, ladies, men, and so it's very, very successful. And I guess I don't find the word in English now in my mind, but rewarding for us as a team behind a lot of preparation to do this and to see the response for the community is rewarding. And so still some challenge. Remember that in my past presentation, I mentioned with the CEFI elimination team within the Saudi Science Center, a lot of the computing capacity was lost. The team were able to contact new partners such as NOAA MAUL. And so for some parameters, computing and analysis is taking place. For other parameters, we still need to find a way to generate that linkages to be able to identify the sources of important data and the computing infrastructure that goes behind that. Sargassum is the last point I would like to highlight. It's been identified at all different stages throughout all the projects as a main issue with different perspectives. So we didn't expect that sargassum will be so high prevalence from different opportunities, different aspects. So I just wanted to see how this sargassum topic can be perhaps slowly better understood and be able to be introduced in the fisheries management in a way. We are far from that project, from that stage, but we are now collecting data, collecting perspectives, and collecting suggestions. So that's all that I have to say for you today. Unless you have any questions, happy to answer.
Thank you, Martha. Tony?
I just got a couple of questions and probably statements. Going back to the red hind and the lobsters, right?
Uh-huh.
To that project.
Yes.
We could bring it up on the screen again?
Espérate, se ve aquí.
Y sí. Otra. Esa. Ajá.
Ay, como-
Okay, it says adapting to extreme events in US Caribbean, implementing a smart approach to ensure sustainable red hind and lobster fishing. Now, my question is, what is the strategy behind it? Because I'm a little confused. How are you dealing with it?
First, what the project is about is to compile information on the environment characteristics and be able to extrapolate that current information or past information into the future to perhaps predict under 3 different scenarios if that could impact, for instance, the reproduction of the species, of the movement to deeper areas in order for the species to find a suitable habitat, or responses. So right now, we are in the process of collecting that information, going through the different modeling capacities to be able to apply then using the indicators for environments that could be in the future on minimum changes, on intermediate changes, or aggressive changes. So it's trying to understand what is going on the environment and how that changes could impact the biology and distribution of the species.
Well, this would be my strategy. If you're preparing for the future also entails what happens on the shoreline, what happens above the shoreline. The lobsters, as well as the small fish, they start off close to shore. Now, I do believe that at some point in time, especially with the lobsters, they move with the sargassum, just as well as other fish and crabs and everything else. It's a moving island, let's say. For you to ensure the future, in my opinion, you have to deal with what's going on in the shoreline. And if they are building on the shoreline, the runoff and everything else, that's destroying the habitat that is creating the fishery. So unless we address that first, dealing with the future, yeah, you could blame a hurricane, I agree with that. But unless you control what is going on the shoreline, this is a continuous thing. You don't get hit with a hurricane every year, but I guarantee you we have building going on around the island every year, every day.
Yes, I completely agree. And for purposes of my presentation, I didn't present to you the amount of parameters are being analyzed in this project. It's more than 25, and approximately 10 parameters out of those 25 are on land, on coastal areas and on land, which, because that includes, for instance, the changes in salinity through rainfall, the sedimentation, the development of the coast, the modeling of the tsunami, so inundation, all of those parameters are being analyzed. I just didn't present to you the details for each of the analyses are taking place, but for sure they are taking place.
Okay.
Miguel? I have.
Vanessa Ramírez.
Vanessa?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Marta, thank you. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Marta, thank you for all the effort that you have been done. From the people that participate in the West Coast, I have a great feedback from this workshop, and also it's very important that they get interest and they want to continue supporting this kind of workshops. So I hope that you can find the funds and support to continue this for the East Coast, especially in Culebra and Vieques, that we have a young generation of fishermen also, and they are very interested in know more about the change in the weather and all the things that can be participating on this. So thank you for that, and you know that you count on my support.
Thank you, Anissa. Appreciate it.
Tony?
I got a question on your Kank survey, the Kank and the NASA group. I'm just a little curious how you pair one with the other one. And why I ask that question is, I don't see where the survey of the Kank and the NASA group are in the same environment per se. Because even when I was young, and we used to dive around the shoreline and everything, we have never seen NASA grouper in numbers and congregation, even if there's juveniles. The Kank, on the other hand, is completely different. The Kank you will find in congregations. So I'm just a little curious to know as how you pair the two of them together.
Yes, and that's why in this project, they are, before going into the field, having a lot of workshops or informal meetings and interviews with fishers, because they are collecting information on their young generation knowledge, but also on the older generation of fishermen, where they remember where those juveniles were abundant in the past. And in addition to that, information from local communities, they are analyzing satellite information that, for instance, the special distribution of sargassum in the previous years. So they combine both kind of information to decide where to locate the field surveys. The field surveys are not the same spots for the different species. So they choose one set of stations for the Nassau grouper and another set of stations for the Queen Kong, depending on the decision where to place, where those efforts in the field work will be more effective. And they also have the opportunity to having the team experts that will go entire and review the entire process and choose where those stations will be better placed.
Okay. No more questions from Martha. Thank you very much, Martha.
One more.
Oh, one more, yeah.
Heather Blau here. I'm super excited about these projects and how well they seem to be aligned with the work that the council's doing. It's not 100% to me clear, like the expected completion dates, maybe that was on the first slide, but I wonder if things like the dolphin work, could be helpful to us in crafting a more flexible accountability measure for dolphin, looking at your future predicted trends or whatever that are coming out of here. I wonder if you could just speak to timing of all this and when you think there would be information like ready for the council to start considering and working on some of same thing with the spiny lobster one, like do we have information coming out of there that might help us take a harder look at why we might be going over in some cases and whether any action really is needed based on predicted future pattern?
Yes, if everything goes as so far moving smoothly, we expected to have more definite information by, I guess, next December. These projects were a 3 years project. We are completing our first year of implementation, but we have to complete everything by March 2027. So really next year will be a hard year for all of the people involved in doing this kind of work to finalize their activities. Because everybody is conscious that there are no cost extensions for any of the projects. So I hope that by December next year, I will be able to really present more specific recommendations for the council to evaluate the degree of integration of some of the results that we have been collecting through the implementation of these projects.
Okay, Maria, and then Tony, and then I gotta move forward.
Okay, my personal opinion, I think we're looking at this not in the right way. And instead of speculating, in my opinion, what is going to happen in the future, what we should have is a plan that if this does happen, this is what we fall back on. The other thing is what I noticed here, we see sargassum as a problem. And don't get me wrong, it is a problem in a way. But I think instead of us looking at sargassum as a problem, we need to look at it as what it is. Just like I say, it brings fish across the ocean. It moves with the tide. It brings fish, it brings crab, it brings lobsters. So in a way, it is, how would I put it? It is essential. It is needed to keep bringing the stocks into different areas as it flows. The problem comes in when it comes on the shoreline, that it destroys everything on the shoreline once it's pushed ashore. That's where the real problem comes in. Because once that's pushed ashore, that's a whole different ball game. It kills everything on that shoreline unless you get it out of there. But as for when it's floating around, I don't see it as really being a problem. I see that being an asset. Because if you look at the sargassum when it moves, you will see the small fish moving with it. You'll see the bigger fish moving with them. You'll find that there's crab in the sargassum. And I'm pretty sure the lobsters, when they're tiny, they're moving with that sargassum too. So our strategy needs to be, well, this sargassum ain't going no place. So we need to learn to work with it and see the benefits that we could get out of it instead of seeing it as a problem, in my opinion.
Maria?
Just to close that, that kind of discussion is always in our workshops, coming in all the time. So I invite you to look at the council webpage and look at the bulletins for these IDA initiatives, because we have been able to summarize some of the perception and kind of discussions regarding the particular sargassum, but other aspects on the implementation of the projects. Maria?
Thank you, Martha. And so, yeah, we recognize the importance of sargassum as an essential fish habitat, particularly for pelagic species. So it will be very interesting to see how these projects that are measuring sargassum influxes and, in general, right, not as a nuisance, but, as a essential fish habitat for the species that we're managing, and how the information that may be collected and analyzed in this project can help us to better define the essential fish habitats for these species that we are managing. So that's one of my comments. And the question that I had for you, Marta, is so the timing for the to receive the outcomes of these projects. You said that it could be December, by December. However, are there any preliminary reports or information that managers could use to make decisions, or to inform decisions that the council is taking? I know December is not that far away, but I see that, do you guys have progress reports for the projects that, because just for these projects and other projects that, for example, in grants that NOAA Fisheries sponsors or funds, we like to see where the projects are going and see if the information that has been collected we are able to use it, during the development of the action, so that the council can make more informed decisions.
We can discuss this later, but we have to advance with the agenda because we have a person at 10 o'clock. But a couple of things.
This project has been reviewed and approved by NOAA Fisheries, and we have a schedule. We cannot deviate from that schedule. We cannot add anything else that we have in the projects. The information that we get from any of the projects had to be authorized by the PI of each one of the projects. And remember, scientists are picky about using information midway of the projects. So the instruction that we got is that all this information will be available in 2027. Is by next year, we have a component of any of them that can be sent to the council to be evaluated as best available data. Don't forget that part. We have to take it to the SSC, et cetera, and the center, and then it can be used for management purposes. But we are mindful that the schedule that was approved has to be followed. I thought we have a meeting with Kelly Denny. As you know, she's in charge in Washington about this project. And we are working on time in most of the projects. So what we are trying to do is any information that we get, like the dolphin fish, for example, we have been receiving information from them. Actually, I have it in the computer. And once we have information that we can use, then it will follow the process, SSC, et cetera, et cetera. The modeling that we are talking about will give us a perspective that we don't have now. We did that before, actually. We have models that predicted the next 200 years, 500 years of fisheries here. And at that time, we only have a couple of parameters. These projects will allow us to have more information. We cannot call it ecosystem, but we can call it environment. And then that information will be sent to the Council for evaluation. Had to be checked before by NOAA Fisheries. So we have the best available data, the center will bless it and everything, and then it will become part of the tools, will be included in the toolbox that we have for fishermen. I suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we continue, but this is important enough. You will have in the schedule, at each council meeting, Marta is going to provide you an update on all of the projects. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Marta for excellent work. It's a lot. I mean, she's the tip of the iceberg, but she has been able to manage it in a way that I wouldn't be able to do it. So thank you for that, Marta. Can we continue?
And Miguel, just to clarify, I think what Maria and I are thinking, like, even if the data from the project aren't available until late next year, it's possible that we could work in a process into like the pelagic accountability measure AM. So in addition to looking at trends and abundance of dolphin, pulses in dolphin, maybe we could also look at projections for sargassum in the future year when deciding maybe we don't need to trigger an accountability measure because we don't expect another overage next year based on what it looks like, sargassum is going to be doing in the future, if that kind of stuff's going to come out of this. But like building in the process part type could prep us for when the data is ready, and then we could apply the data once it's
Okay, next we have Marine Aquaculture Guidelines, Daniel Blacklock.
Yeah, I have to, we talked to Eugenio Piñeras, he's the assistant administrator for NOAA Fisheries, and he is interested in this type of project for the U.S. Caribbean mariculture project. He asked me to talk to Danielle Blacklock. She's in charge of the projects, and we came up with two ideas, and one of them we mentioned before. We will have a workshop next year for mariculture, but by invitation only, and we are going to develop the agenda. Danielle Blacklock here will give us a perspective of what we have so far, comparison with the Pacific, and then it will be at 10 o'clock. We have to stop for the presentation on the big fish, but then we can follow the discussion. We also will have Evelyn Cepeda. Dr. Cepeda was hired, purchase order, to look at the permits agencies that you have to contact if you want to have a mariculture project in the U.S. Caribbean. And the good news are that we have a lot of people working in different projects. And we have Jose Rivera from NOAA Fisheries. He's our expert on aquaculture here. And Ms. Blacklock, myself, and Rivera, we will put together a strategy for 2026, and we will inform probably at the next meeting, where are we in terms of this workshop. Anyway, from there or from? Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here to talk about aquaculture. I may not get through all of the presentation before 10 o'clock, but we can always regroup and have a conversation afterwards as well. I'm Danielle Blacklock, the director of the Office of Aquaculture at NOAA Fisheries. I have experience both in wild harvest and in aquaculture. Aquaculture is where I sit now, but I spent the first 10 years with the agency on the wild harvest side, so it's nice to be back at a council meeting, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm going to give a bit of a sort of where we stand in the world conversation all the way down into the Caribbean in 8 minutes or however many 8 minutes I have. All right, on to the next slide. Oh, I can do it. Fabulous. So Americans eat a lot of farmed seafood. We eat $15 billion worth of farmed seafood that's imported every year. We have the largest trade deficit for a natural resource other than oil is seafood because we're importing so much farmed seafood. In comparison, the US currently produces less than 2 billion. So this is an economic question. The countries that we're importing our seafood from don't necessarily have the same environmental laws, social laws, human health laws, and on, where we have incredible governance. You all are a part of it on the wild harvest side that makes us know that everything that we eat that's American seafood is sustainable and safe. So this is a well-known graphic in the aquaculture circles. I don't know if it's as known more broadly, but farm seafood has actually surpassed globally the amount of seafood that is coming from our oceans in wild harvest. It happened 2 years ago, according to the UN, that there's now more farmed seafood than wild harvest. And that's incredibly important because our population is growing. There is no interest on NOAA Fisheries' part to have farmed seafood instead of wild harvest. That serves no one. The idea is to have more seafood, to retain the wild harvest seafood we have and augment it with aquacultured products. So where do we stand in the world? We have the second largest EEZ in the world. We have one of the largest land masses, and we are 20th globally in aquaculture production. Now, you can see China is the long line on the graph, and they produce more than the rest of the world combined. Are we going to try to get past number one? Probably not. Within our sustainability laws, within our other uses of our ocean environment and our land use laws, it is unlikely that sustainably we're targeting for number one, but we certainly can do better than 20th. I should also mention that we are China's largest market. We are their marketplace for their farmed seafood. So the government as a whole has been looking at this issue for a long time. I talked about that huge trade deficit. That's big money. That's something that gets people's attention, even if they're not seafood people. So these are a couple of things that have come down the line over the past few years. One, I'm sure everybody remembers during the previous Trump administration, we have EO 13921, which was all about promoting American seafood competitiveness. You all were a participant in that. And on the aquaculture side, it puts NOAA in the lead chair for the National Environmental Policy Act, and it tells us to create aquaculture opportunity areas along with another number of other things. In the middle there, you have a national security memorandum. Now, in these circles, we don't talk about NSMs a lot, but national security memoranda are not that common. And NSM 16 was promulgated in, I think, 2023. It calls aquaculture agriculture. That matters. Words matter. They unlock doors in Washington. So it calls aquaculture agriculture, and it calls agriculture critical infrastructure of the United States. Critical infrastructure is another key word. It unlocks doors. It unlocks funding. And then over on the right, this is one of the many reports that talks about food security is national security. We have to be able to feed our people. We have to be able to have supply chains that can insularly get food to American people. Everybody remembers walking through a grocery store during the pandemic and wondering if they'd see toilet paper, right? Wondering what food would be on the shelves. We have to know that we can give Americans enough protein to survive, enough nutrition to be healthy, and seafood is a big part of that conversation when you start talking about national security. The Department of Homeland Security recommended in one of their 6 priority actions for food security is to develop a domestic aquaculture industry. Now, this is just a little crib sheet on that first executive order that I mentioned of all the things that have been done. Really, I just want to highlight a couple of things so that you know that they're out there. One is that we worked across the federal government on all of the federal grant assistance and financial assistance programs that are available for aquaculture. There's a booklet of all of the places where you might be able to find federal funding to start a farm or start a research project about a farm. The other is in the lower left corner there. We published a guide, again, across all of the federal agencies of what does it take to get a permit? How do you get a permit? That has been a long-standing question. There are so many agencies that govern our ocean waters. How do you navigate that process? And that is another document that exists on our website. I'm going to dive a little bit more into aquaculture opportunity areas in the future, but I wanted you to know that those 2 things exist. And now we have another executive order. The president signed another executive order 14276. Again, you all are participants in implementing that. It talks a lot about wild harvest and finding ways to make sure that we're extracting everything that we can sustainably from our oceans. But one piece that I want to make sure everybody is aware of is the call for developing an America First seafood strategy. Now, NOAA Fisheries has a seafood strategy, a NOAA Fisheries National Seafood Strategy that was written a couple of years ago. I'm sure that you have been briefed on it. I like to think of this as elevating that to government-wide. What if we look at other agencies and the portfolio of programs that they have to help support our seafood industry? We don't have a whole lot of ability to invest in infrastructure, for example. But you know who does? USDA. USDA is told to work with us on this plan, right? So we're just starting to figure out how we're going to craft our America First seafood strategy, but I think there's incredible opportunity, not only for aquaculture, this is where aquaculture is called out, but it's also an incredible opportunity for the seafood industry as a whole. All right, now I'm coming back into our homeland, our NOAA's aquaculture program. So our legislative driver, our largest legislative driver, is actually the National Aquaculture Act of 1980. We have a law that says that we should have aquaculture in the United States. It tells USDA and NOAA to do various things, and largely it creates an interagency committee where we all work together on advancing aquaculture. We have a strategic plan. It's the government. Everybody has a plan. I know that. But here are our 4 goals. And what's really special about this strategic plan is it's the first time all of NOAA came together as a program under one plan. And what I mean by that is our program actually sits in 3 line offices. Sit in the National Marine Fisheries Service, NOAA Fisheries. You all are familiar with NOAA Fisheries. In the Fisheries Service, we have folks in each regional office. I have the Office of Aquaculture. We also have researchers in our science centers. But there's also a component of our program that sits in the National Ocean Service, the National Centers for Coastal and Ocean Science. They do all our marine spatial planning and our mapping. I'll talk about that a little bit. And then there's also the National Sea Grant Program, which I think you're all familiar with. On the aquaculture side, they're largely an external granting mechanism that has about $13 million in grants each year. But we function across those 3 line offices as one program. All 3 line offices are in my staff meetings. We all work together. And under that strategic plan, for the first time, we're all clearly have stated our goals and we're sort of rowing in the same direction. I'm going to give a little thumbnail on the research. You know that NOAA is a science agency at our core. That's our mission, is advancing science, right? So we have aquaculture research, actually wet labs, growing animals and plants, better understanding the interactions of those organisms and the marine environment. I like to think of our science as falling into 2 bins. One we call tools for rules, understanding those interactions, understanding how to make decisions about aquaculture. And then we also have research to advance the industry. How do we make sure that we can grow animals most efficiently on the best feeds, those kinds of things. So they are sprinkled around the country. As you can see here, we don't really have duplication. Our genetics risk team that analyzes, if you're going to put a farm in this location, what is the potential impact going to be to the surrounding conspecific stocks? What are the genetic risks? That team sits in the Southwest Fisheries Science Center in La Jolla, California, but they are responsible for the nation. And that's how our whole system works, is that regardless where they sit, they're responsible for the entire country. Research right here in the US Caribbean. Through our granting programs, since 2019, NOAA has funded $2.3 million worth of aquaculture research in the US Caribbean. There you have a picture of the conch hatchery and the conch that is now becoming a commercial company, and on and on. That's been one of the major investments, but there are other projects that have been funded in the US Caribbean as well. And this is the most exciting thing that has happened in aquaculture research, I would say, and maybe in the history of the federal government. In 2023, I'm trying to get my years right versus fiscal years, Congress asked, through appropriations language, us to create a cooperative institute for aquaculture research, and they gave us additional resources to fund that cooperative institute. A cooperative institute at NOAA is a term of art. It means a long-term partnership. We have 13 of them. The long-term partnership has a ceiling of how much can be spent over the next 5 years, and then a review will happen. If that review is positive, then another 5 years can continue. Some of you may be familiar with some of the various cooperative institutes that are around NOAA. They span all of NOAA's mission. Cooperative Institute research is done to achieve NOAA's mission. So it's a unique partnership where we have academic institutions doing research that achieves our mission. We have finished the competition part, meaning that the competition is closed for this new cooperative institute called CFARM. CFARM is hopefully going to be announced this winter, as the competition is now in the review phase, is going to set up this new cooperative institute to research these 5 major themes that are on the slide. One that I want to call out in particular is that last bullet. Certainly demonstration and engineering and observations and risk management, all of these things are really important. That's why we put them in there. But seafood markets. As a council and as a larger group and community, I think that making sure that when we grow aquaculture, we're not disrupting markets in a negative way for the existing producers is incredibly important. This piece will help us use academic economists, because I only have one economist. But we'll be able to use academic economists to answer some of our biggest questions. What if we bring this species online? What's it going to do to the local market? How will it impact the fishermen? Can you make a profit growing it? These are really important questions. And I'm really excited that we're going to all of a sudden have this untapped potential to have conversations with them. And do you want me to pause here?
I just talked to Ana Salceda, and we can have 15 minutes that you can extend because this is very important. So she said that she is willing to wait. So please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. The other major initiative that my team has been working on is identifying aquaculture opportunity areas. I mentioned that it was called for in that first executive order. The idea of an aquaculture opportunity area is finding appropriate space for aquaculture to grow. We have a busy coastal environment. Yes, we have the second largest EEZ, exclusive economic zone in the world, but that doesn't mean that nobody's out there. You all are out there. I know that. So we've been looking for space that's appropriate for aquaculture to grow in 3 ways. One, we want it to be appropriate environmentally, ecologically. We need it to be out of essential fish habitat, out of critical habitat for endangered species. We also want it to be appropriate socially, meaning we're not getting in the way of other users. We're not going to be in a shipping lane. We're not looking to be in traditional fishing grounds, right? We're trying to find space that is not being used by other users. And the third is that we're trying to find space that is appropriate economically, meaning not too far from port. If there's a processing center close by, even better. Well, how do we find those places? It's a 2-part process. The first part is through marine spatial analysis. We use that NOS, National Ocean Service, National Centers for Coastal and Ocean Science, to develop atlases. These atlases contain hundreds and hundreds of data layers. They're literally as thick as, I'm dating myself a little bit, but when we had road atlases that were like 500 pages in the back of the passenger seat of the car, they're like that, but for the ocean environment, for the ocean neighborhood we're looking in. Hundreds of maps, hundreds of data layers that all can be brought together to identify the most appropriate spaces. That's just phase 1. That's step 1 in identifying aquaculture opportunity areas, is using data to identify space. Phase 2 is a public conversation about, did we get it right? What are the impacts? We do that through the NEPA process, the National Environmental Policy Act process, which is a public conversation about making sure that we've found the right places. We started that effort in Southern California and in the Gulf of America. This year, on September 19th, we announced 13 aquaculture opportunity areas, totaling more than 21,000 acres. Each of these are between 500 and 2,000 acres. That's roughly enough space for 3 to 5 commercial farms, each individual aquaculture opportunity area. Here's what it looks like in Southern California. Each of those gray little boxes is an aquaculture opportunity area. And I should say that these are not exclusive use zones. It doesn't mean that other things can't happen there. These are just the places that we think are most appropriate for aquaculture to grow. It also doesn't mean aquaculture permit applicants have to go in them. They can apply for a permit anywhere they want, but we have done a lot of the analysis up front for these locations. And here's what it looks like in the Gulf of America. You can see that all 3 of these locations are in the Western Gulf. They're all off of Texas. We started coming out of the atlases with locations across the entire Gulf. And when I say that it starts that conversation, 6 of those locations, there were 9, were eliminated through those conversations of this might not be the best place, even though the data and the atlases said it would be. For various reasons, those 6 locations were removed. So we have 3 remaining, and a little bit of icing on top of the cake for these 3, we also did the baseline environmental surveys. We did the baseline environmental surveys, which is you have to see what's on the bottom to make sure that it's appropriate for aquaculture to go there. We did those to unlock a new methodology for baseline environmental surveys for everybody. We did them, some ship-based and some using underwater autonomous vehicles, which are much less expensive than having a research ship go out and drag behind. So yes, we have them done for these places, but we've also unlocked this cheaper, I should say less expensive investment for prospective farmers who want to farm in other locations. There's now technology, we've shown that the technology can work for AUVs. And we are also working in Alaska. In Alaska, we are working in partnership with the state. They invited us into their state waters. We are only looking in state waters, and we're only looking for shellfish and algae. Finfish is illegal in the state of Alaska. Finfish aquaculture is illegal in the state of Alaska. So we're working in partnership with the state to find places that are appropriate for shellfish and algae to grow. We expect the atlas, that step 1, to come out this winter. And now quickly, I'll walk through a couple of examples of success that we've seen in the United States and some of the building blocks that I see that have already been built here. First, this is one of a kind. The Natural Energy Laboratory of Hawaii Authority, we call it NELHA, is a location where numerous aquaculture companies all come together in one place. So this is a finfish farm called Blue Ocean Mariculture that's just off the coast. They have their hatchery production and their processing and all of that on the shore. And this is the suite of aquaculture companies who are all in the same location. Now, there's a deep water intake that was built a very long time ago for ocean thermal energy. And it's that deep water intake that has all of these companies come together. But what is really incredible is that the community that these companies have built together by being in the same location is something that I wish I could replicate around the country, where they're helping one another solve problems, they're neighbors in the truest sense, and some of them are competitors, right? But in the sort of pre-competitive nature, there's just a lot of coordination and communication that happens in this location. So I wanted to put it on your radar as this hub has spurred countless startups and companies, and some of them have gone on to be quite big and profitable. And now a couple of building blocks that have happened here. So in 2023, there were 2 workshops that NCOS held with BOEM. So the goal or the focus of the workshop was gathering data for wind energy development, but data on the ocean environment is data on the ocean environment. I see these as building blocks and information gathering for aquaculture as well. This was starting a conversation. Those reports, and I have one printed out copy of each if anybody wants to see them. I read them on the way down. They identify the gaps. Here's where we don't have data, but we think it's needed, as well as places where new data could come from. So to me, this is a stepping stone. Also, some of you participated in 2024. We did a listening session about our aquaculture program at NOAA. It was, these are the services we provide. What are the most important to you? If we had an opportunity to grow, what should we do more of? Are there new services? And this is what the Caribbean participants said, that the top services that they would like to see provided is support for economic development for aquaculture, identification of aquaculture opportunity areas in the US Caribbean, our regional aquaculture coordinators, who are incredible, and regulatory efficiency and policy implementation. New services, meaning that these are things that we don't have. Socioeconomics for aquaculture, that's before I hired my one economist. I was listening, but I only have one. But that is part of why we have that market analysis, seafood markets piece in Sea Farm, is these listening sessions across the country highlighted socioeconomics and market interactions. So we put it into Sea Farm. Partner and support state and territorial governments and expand regional aquaculture coordination. These are our regional aquaculture coordinators that we have today. They sit in the Southeast, for this region, they sit in the Southeast Regional Office. So they are responsible for everything from North Carolina, South Carolina, all the way through Texas and the US Caribbean. They have incredible depth of expertise. And we also have Jose Rivera, who is based in Puerto Rico and works really closely with our aquaculture coordinators and myself on issues of the US Caribbean. And I want to leave you with this. It's not only the executive branch. It's not only this interagency conversation that's happening on seafood because of this deficit. The Hill is having a conversation too. Just this year, just since January of 2025, there have been 50 bills introduced about aquaculture. 50. In the last Congress, there were 100 something. The conversation is happening. Of course, it's not late breaking news. It's not the highlights that you're seeing on CNN or whatever news network you're following. But a conversation is happening on the Hill about aquaculture, and I just want you to be aware of it so that the council or individual fishing groups or whomever is aware and can weigh in where most appropriate. And with that, I'm really grateful for the opportunity to start the conversation. I can't wait for the workshop so we can dive more deeply into what aquaculture may look like and what people are interested in, concerned about, and how to make sure that we do it the right way. Because what we want is more seafood, not displacement of existing seafood. That's all.
Thank you, Danielle. Miguel?
Yeah, we want to apologize for this agenda, but there was a timing that we didn't know whether you will be able to come and everything. But this presentation is going to be part of actually, that will be the first thing that will open the workshop. We want to be able to tell the group of industry people, where are we in the United States regarding aquaculture? And also we want to hear from them, what are they doing? Actually, we have a presentation by Dr. Cepeda that she will tell us about one point that Ms. Blacklock mentioned, which is what do you need in terms of permits to establish aquaculture here? We missed the opportunity to have the aquaculture opportunity areas because of the budgetary constraint. Actually, I've been talking with Mr. Richard from the regional office since the get-go. And he is on top of everything that we're doing here. And I hope that he can participate at the workshop, either in person or virtual. For the workshop, we have set aside some money. I talked to Mr. Pinheiro, and he said, once we have this, it's not promise on anything, but to the extent possible, he will be able then to allocate some assistance for the workshop. The timing of the workshop will be the first half of 2026. If we do it before the April meeting, we will be able to give you a preliminary report of the outcome of the workshop. So, Mr. Chairman, we can have then questions afterwards. We can have the presentation by Ana Cepeda, and then you will stay here for the morning, and she will be able then to answer more questions. Ana Salceda, I mixed the two of them. Ana Salceda. And when we come back, we will continue the discussion with Ms. Blacklock, and it will be followed by Cepeda. This agenda had been accidental. At a point in time, we were even talking about eliminating this meeting because of the uncertainty, you all know, the furlough. So please bear with us because the chair had to allocate more time and less time for other things that we need to do today. So, Ana?
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this report of the second year of the Big Fish Initiative. I'm going to share my screen. As you know, as some of you know, the Big Fish Initiative, you're familiar with it, but some other people in this meeting, I think they are not. So I put together very visual presentation so nobody feels out of it. The Big Fish Initiative is, we are on our second year, finishing the second year. of a 5-year trilingual campaign on sustainable focus on sustainable management of species that aggregate to spawn, and the protection of fish spawning aggregations in the wider Caribbean and beyond. You see here the name of the main organizations behind this initiative. This was born as part of the Regional Fish Spawning Aggregations Working Group and Management Plan. And since 2025 has been endorsed by the IUCN Specialist Group for Snappers and 50 more partners in the Mesoamerican region and beyond, NGOs, media, and government institutions. Okay. Some of you know the campaign goals, very ambitious, but it's for a 5-year plan. And we have made some progress. The first one is connect the US Caribbean with the region and the global community of fishers, government, scientists, and other stakeholders around a common message and solid knowledge on fish spawning aggregations and the sustainable management of reef fish species with an ecosystem approach. We seek to create awareness and serve the regional fish spawning aggregation management plan and other proposed national and international regulations to protect the reproduction of commercial fish species by reaching managers, decision makers, and stakeholders working to protect FSAs. Also facilitate the on-the-ground and online knowledge exchange of fish spawning aggregations and resilient fisheries among communities, managers, and scientists to advance locally driven decision-making and participation while promoting temporal closures, MPAs, and other initiatives that protect FSAs. Target audiences, the most important one being the fishing community, but also decision makers and seafood consumers. Fisher folk are indispensable part of the solution. The first year we were very focused on artisanal and commercial fishers. During 2025, I think we have done a better job at creating content and reaching out to recreational fishers. But in any case, this group is, their knowledge, participation, and collaboration is key to the success of the campaign and long-term conservation efforts and recovery efforts. We are pleased to report that more than half of our audience is made up of the fishing community. Decision makers, this is a big group that includes fisheries managers, policymakers, and enforcement officials. And fish consumers, of course, fish consumers that drive demand and travel to the Caribbean and import fish from the Caribbean. And not only that, but they can support or encourage decision makers and influence protection and legislation. Key messages, since our initiative is focused on the reproduction to recover these fisheries, obviously we focus on the spawning times, right? We keep talking about the snapper grouper complex, right? So don't fish, sell, buy, or eat groupers and snappers during the spawning seasons. As part of the regional fish spawning aggregations management plan, there are 2 flag species, NASA grouper and mutton snapper. So these are the very specific messages to protect the spawning of these 2 species. In fact, the NASA grouper spawning season just began, so we have been for a month producing content and reaching out to fisheries managers and enforcement officials to get ready to enforce the law during this point in time. Campaign products, thanks to the institutions and organizations and business that you see, whose logos you see on the screen, we have been able to produce a long-form film for broadcast Treasure of the Caribbean, thanks to a Sport Rack radio kits, 2 sets of them in English and Spanish. This includes podcasts, PSAs, and we are making them actually evergreen right now because we are repurposing them to make video podcasts and reels. So they are being really effective as based on the response from the audience. We have produced short films for the different target audiences with the main calls to action. We have the Big Fish Hub, as Miguel Rolón would say, is like an enhanced website, and is the neurological center of the campaign. We will talk more about it. Social media platforms, we used to have more of them, but this second year we have run the campaign with no economic support. So I've been doing it myself. So I run on the digital side of things. I run a slow, more than a slow, low maintenance campaign. Posters and cooking books beautifully produced by the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council. We have a very impactful citizen science program for fishers and enforcement officials. And as I said, for the social media platforms, the newsletter is on hold until we can get more funding. The long-form film, Treasure of the Caribbean, we produce with PBS and some other partners. You see them at the bottom of the screen. Two films, one, the original version in English and a dubbed version in Spanish. This film includes all the principles of the campaign. And it's a message of hope. And we have been really successful in film festivals. We were nominated in many places, but we got the awards in the most prestigious of them. I'm referring to film festivals that focus on science and nature and conservation. This film has been seen by more than 5 million people in the US, Europe, and Asia on TV channels and platforms such as Apple TV and Amazon Prime and film festivals. But additionally, and I mentioned the Citizen Science Program, we got funding from the Howard Hughes Medical Institute to produce a specific outreach campaign for this film. Remember, I mentioned the ecosystem approach to talk about fish spawning aggregations and the species that we target. So this campaign, this outreach plan was focused on Belize, Guatemala, and Honduras, but it expanded to the rest of the Caribbean and in 2025 globally. So you see, some of you have heard about what we did in 2024. Now you can see where we have been in 2025. Guatemala has been an incredible partner, and as I will say later, great results from these events. In June, we had 2 screening events in 2 different pavilions in Nice, France, at the United Nations Ocean Conference. Great event. IUCN, we were in October in Abu Dhabi at the IUCN World Conservation Conference. We had 3 events in 3 different pavilions. That was an incredible event. We connected with so many people interested in what we are doing, including Reverse the Red and many people in Asia and the Arabic Peninsula. that we are trying to do the same with the same approach, putting the fisher folk at the center of the solution and protecting fish spawning aggregations of these species. And just 2 weeks ago, we supported the IUCN specialist group of snappers for a 2-day event focused on the northern Brazilian shelf, specifically the red snappers, the southern red snapper, and of course with the focus on FSAs. And we had a couple of private screenings for decision makers as well. For 2026, we are already funded. The funds that we had from this year, we have a little bit left, so we are going to Panama. At the end of February, early March, we are working with CFM, with Marin. I don't know if she's attending this meeting. Hi. To go to a to be determined country, we don't know yet. And then with the Corredor Biológico del Caribe to go to Cuba and Haiti. The Big Fish Hub. Well, despite the lack of funding, we have kept it up to date as much as we have been able to. And month over month, we have grown 9%. We have data of 17 months, and we have 3,500 active users. If you haven't been to this site, I highly recommend that you go because it's getting better and better, and based on the data that I'm going to show you now, the resources that we have there are useful and helpful to people. There are different sections for the 3 target audiences and an amazing resource library where you can download for free management plan, videos, podcasts, PSAs, recipes, papers, scientific papers, books, monitoring protocols, et cetera. We have 2 great things. We put together the data from all the wider Caribbean, and we have the regulations per species and country in just one place. So it's easy to see it by checking this chart. And we have what we call the Big Fish Protection Network. We also collected all the information about fisheries departments and enforcement offices, so decision makers can reach out to other decision makers, and the contact information is there, and they can work with their neighbors or report IUU. Anybody can do that. Here are some key features of the different sections. And some analytics. Well, I'm missing the years. Well, on the big map is the current for a week ago. This is the data from a week ago. The little map on the right is the one from last year exactly. And you can see the difference, right? How we have expanded our reach. Where are returning users located? Puerto Rico, the US, Spain, Mexico, France. You see the maps. The new users, if you match our agenda of live events and our activity on social media with this map, all makes sense, right? The integral strategy is working to drive traffic to the hub. And this is another way to see it. Something that hasn't changed much in the last 2 years is the languages that our users speak, mostly English, a lot of Spanish, and you can see them. How do they find the hub? How do they get there? Well, if you see our campaign and the different things that we do, all this makes sense. It hasn't changed much, and that's because of the continued promotion on social media, where we usually include QR codes of very specific materials or things that we want people to see on the hub. And that's why there's direct. And also, of course, because in the live events and this citizen science program, we always promote the bigfishinitiative.com. This piece of information makes us very happy because it proves that the resource library is being used. Look, a year ago, a few months after launching the hub, we had these downloads 272, and now we have almost 3,000 downloads, which means it's great. People are using our materials. Social media, we have here we have one of our favorite collections. We have many because as we said, ecosystem approach, many species, many countries, and many amazing partners in different geographies. So we have many different collections that we constantly create content for. One of my favorites and Fisher's favorites, obviously, is Advice from the Sea. It's the Fisher to Fisher advice. These are very short films featuring very wise people from all over the country. And in this case, you can see two people from Puerto Rico and from the entire region and internationally. We take advantage of our trips to keep producing content and interviewing people, right? Well, look at Puerto Rico and the US. Puerto Rico social media community is one of the most vibrant and active that I ever seen. So they are and that has to do also with not only that we have feature many people and subjects that Puerto Ricans and the US are interested in, of course, but also because the collaboration with the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council communication people has been invaluable, and we usually post collaboratively. So those are the main countries, but we have people on our social media community from all over the world, and that has to do with our global events and international events, especially in the last 6 months. Well, we have grown. You can see the average for these are organic campaigns. Organic campaigns, and we have grown steadily, but not really as much as the first year. And sorry, I was checking the time. The first year, and again, it's because it has been a low intensity campaign this year, but the numbers are good anyway. We have grown over the average. We have obtained two important awards for the whole campaign, not for the film, that's independent. These something awards are really prestigious, and they are focused on impact campaign. And we received one that is the Media Impact Campaign for the combination for the strategy and combination of media and outlets and the community engagement, which is great. We talk about the campaign goals. What have we achieved? We have received awards, which has, it's really good. It makes us really happy. It recognizes our work. But as the president of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute used to say, more important is the work that we do in the real life, right? So one of the things that we did was, and the film and the outreach campaign working with the local partners in a very strategic way was the protection of the Cayman Crown and its fish spawning aggregations in Guatemala and Belize, and based on the partners from Honduras, it was helpful to push the legislation in Honduras that protects some species of groupers and FSAs. Based on the numbers from our executive producers and our own analytics, we have reached 6 million people, and this is pretty conservative, right? Expanded audience and network, better informed community, more knowledgeable stakeholders, more awareness and everything that has to do with FSAs, reef fish, and connectivity. Connectivity is a very important subject for all. Exposure to the regional management plan that has been promoted, and including the, of course, fishing bans. Engage Fisher Folk, our citizen science program, has contributed to push fishers' ecological knowledge and Fisher Folk's key role in species recovery into the agenda in several countries. And we have become catalyzers of efforts, sub-regional and regional. The US Caribbean is better connected to the rest of the wider Caribbean and the rest of the world on all things big fish, and more people, organizations are supporting our work to recover reef fish species and protect FSAs. So we have a huge network of partners. We have the credibility of our audience. That is a very loyal community. We have the basic tools. We have put the basis and build the infrastructure to keep going, to keep making a difference. So it would be a shame to abandon the effort at this point. We just need some funding for 2026. We have submitted 3 proposals. But we won't hear from our potential funders until late 2026. So we don't have any funding right now to continue the campaign. Thank you very much for the time. And if you have any questions, I would be more than glad to answer them.
Carlos.
Yep.
Given the short time that we have, what I wanted to do is to thank Anna for all your help during all these years. She's a professional with brain and heart, and she alone has been able to put together this big fish campaign.
No, not alone.
Sitting in Spain, I wish I was there with you. So one question, Anna. I know we are all short on funding, and we cannot participate as we used to in international events, etc. But in order to keep one thing of the campaign that you think, like the hub, for example, that is very important, what it will take in terms of money and personnel to continue that part of the big fish campaign for the next 5 years, or let's say 4 years?
For the next 4 years, well, I would need to run the numbers, but for 2026, with $30,000, we can keep the hub updated. We have an amazing developer that she already reduced her rate for the sake of our mission. But yeah, with $30,000, we can keep alive all the digital part of the campaign. I'm referring to social media that drives the traffic to the hub and keep the hub up to date. That would be in 2026, just that part. If you multiply it by four, that gives us $120,000 for the next 4 years, right?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this question is, well, we have been trying to support the campaign. I believe this is the most successful story that we have ever, besides management plans, to protect the spawning aggregations. A key component of the campaign is that the fishers are involved since the beginning. The U.S. Caribbean fishers and Caribbean countries fishers. And to me, that's something that is the key to move forward with the protection of spawning aggregation of snappers, groupers, and other species that have the strategy for reproduction in the U.S. Caribbean. So I know that the time is short, so I wanted to leave it there just before the break. Now we will continue working with Anna from a distance. And if we are able to secure the money, I'm going to pass the hat in several places, see what happens. I believe that if we can secure some funding for the campaign in 2026, that will be able, that will allow us to continue the work that you started with the group, Anna. I have Dr. Marta Prada here and Dr. Ivon Sadovi. They were the one who put together the spawning aggregation fishery management plan. And a key component of that plan is outreach and education, especially getting the fishers to come to us and discuss these issues at the different levels in each one of the countries. This sounds easy, but it's not. In many countries, I remember I was in one country, I won't mention it, and the fishery officer told me, you come here to tell us about meetings with fishers and all that? He said, yes. Well, that's it. The meeting is over because I don't want fishers to tell me what to do. And he's still there. So that gives you an idea how difficult it is for many countries to advance the fishery management and to work with the fishers the way they work. So thank you, Anna. We will be in touch, hopefully with better news in 2026.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. And we'll continue with the mariculture.
Maybe I'm like over.
Así, por favor, pásala para que ya no esté enfermo. Muchas gracias, gracias. Ah, pues gracias, Janet. Ah, Janet, ven acá un momento. Si después no lo voy a presentar con el tiempo, vamos a mover tú y Cristina para abrir. Sí, pero después. Okay. People, we are going to start. The chairman is waiting. ¿Lo voy a decir? Yo digo ahora. Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have some changes. Dr. Angeli has to leave earlier, so we are going to move the consideration of membership to the advisory panels first thing after lunch at 1:30, after we come back. The other thing that we can use, now Dr. Cepeda is going to give us a report on the status of the work that she's doing regarding permits, and then we can gather and have a question and answer with Ms. Blacklock and Cepeda. If we need time, if we don't have time, then the presentation by Cristina Olan and Jana will be done at the next meeting in April. And they graciously agree.
Okay, so we're going with Dr. Evelyn Cepeda. 15 minutes.
Evelyn, ¿estás ahí? She there?
Evelyn, ¿nos escuchas? Do you hear us?
Evelyn, yo creo que está en mute. Ah, ya tiene problemas compartiendo la pantalla. Entonces, no, pero díselo. Evelyn.
Evelyn,
No.
the presentation, I have already the presentation here, so I can move your slides while you're presenting.
Okay.
Evelyn, before you start, Dr. Cepeda agreed to help us with the gathering the information regarding the permits in the US, Vietnam, and Puerto Rico for anybody interested in the mariculture project. Dr. Cepeda was retired, but she was a scientist working with the Department of Agriculture and Codemar in Puerto Rico in charge of aquaculture projects. So she has worked in aquaculture science and management for many years. So her presentation will be about the information that you need, the agencies that you need to contact. And this is an update because her work will finish next year. And this also will be presented at the workshop. So Evelyn, the floor is yours.
Okay, let me see if I could move this. I'm trying to expand the slides.
We can see it. Are you projecting or here?
She's.
Okay. We can see it. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if I could move it or not. If Cristina could move the slides for me, I will appreciate it.
I can move the slides for you. I have them ready, so I will share my screen, and you
Okay.
just have to see what I'm sharing.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, good morning to everybody. Today I will present an overview of the permitting, certifications, and regulatory requirements for the establishment of a mariculture project in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. This presentation will cover the main agencies involved, the key environmental and operational regulations, and the step-by-step from project concept to final approval. Next. Okay, as Miguel mentioned before, this is only a part, like a preliminary overview of the information that I already gathered. But the main goal is to compile all regulatory procedures for mariculture projects in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. So I divided in different steps. First, to evaluate all laws and regulations relating to mariculture activities. Second, to interview federal and local government officials in order to obtain information from them in terms of the applications, if they have application forms, it has to be a certification, etc. Also, interview mariculture projects that managers that are already operating, at least in Puerto Rico. After I have that information, I will prepare a flow chart of all mariculture permitting steps in order to facilitate all these procedures to anybody that wants to develop a mariculture project in this area. Okay. Even though there's a lot of interest in development of aquaculture in the Caribbean region, sometimes it's a little bit difficult because of the permitting system. And sometimes the managers of these projects really do not know where to go in order to obtain the permits and have like a rundown information in terms of which agency should go first and then which is the last one. Next, please. Okay, but before we could do it, before any aquaculture project could go to the agencies, they need to have like a plan, an operational plan, in order to have all the information necessary for the different agencies, regulatory agencies, to obtain their permits, okay? And these are the main steps that are necessary. First, the project concept. Okay, what type of species I will be cultured? Is it native or imported? If it's imported, there are going to be a lot of restraints and it's more difficult to obtain the permit. What kind of production system? You want to have only a hatchery, a land-based tanks, ponds, seabed culture, offshore cages, and the project goals is very important. Is the project goal at what stage? Is this going to be a research project? Is going to be a pilot scale project or a commercial project? And also you have to do a feasibility assessment in terms of the ecological aspect of this activity. Next, please. Okay. Next, this one is very important. Conduct site selection and environmental assessment. Okay. In the area where you want to develop your project is suitable in terms of water quality, the depth, the currents, the possibility of hurricanes going through that area, bottom time and temperature. If you have a land-based facilities, of course, you need building and electrical permits, local zoning, information, septic waste water connection. And also, you have to check the possible environmental impacts to organisms that are already in the place, habitat, protected area, and something that is very important is the navigation. Are you going to be in an area that is highly navigable? Next, please. I will try to go as fast as I can because I know you are short of time. Another part that is very important is the community and how the community will impact your project. Will be positive, will be negative. You could work together. For example, in Puerto Rico, the two projects that are on a research level are working with the fishermen. And those projects are in the eastern side of Puerto Rico. It's very important, the other uses that could be other persons or other groups. For example, the fisheries, fishers, tourism, marina, harbors, etc. Those areas you have to try to avoid it. Next. Mariculture operation. This is what you're going to do, how you're going to do. Okay, you're going to bring a blue star from outside or these native organisms. Are you going to capture in the wild or you already have in specific tanks from another facility? Feeding is very important, and the type of chemicals that you use in your facilities, because that could affect the environment. So you have to have, you need like a protocol to avoid those problems. The other thing is the harvesting procedures. You see, in the coastal area, is offshore, is that a type of harvesting procedures could conflict with other uses. Next, please. The actual projects that are operating in Puerto Rico do not have a grow out phase, but in some cases, in a large scale mariculture project, you will have a processing plant, mainly for fish and crustaceans. How are you going to process it at whole, frozen, etc.? You have to estimate the production volume and the capacity, and what are you going to do with those disposals? That's very important. You need a specific place in order to do these processing procedures. And of course, you need permits to build a specific use for that goal. Next, please. Normally, this has to be with activities that are going to be performed offshore. If you design a cage, how is the cage? What are you going to use? Long line, tanks, mooring system is very important. A water intake and outflow system, in this case, is for land-based facilities, and the installation of the equipment in order to do so. Next, please. Before or prior to go to any regulatory agency, you need to prepare like environmental documentation. That is information that you need for you and also for the agencies. You may have to do an environmental impact statement, or maybe you have to do an environmental impact assessment or statement, okay? It depends not only in the region, but also on the complexity of the project. In some cases, for example, in those two that I mentioned here in Puerto Rico, they didn't do this process, okay? And if you have possible problems, or you could contaminate, for example, biological contamination, well, you need like a mitigation and monitoring plans for that. Biosecurity is very important, specifically if you're going to bring brooders from outside that are important outside Puerto Rico or the U.S. Virgin Islands. Next, please. Next, okay. taking that into account, well, let's go to the permit system in Puerto Rico, the permits, the endorsements, and application. The major agency that is in charge of the regulatory procedures is the Department of Natural and Environmental Resources, DRNA in Spanish, okay? You have to take into account this, that now the Department of Natural and Environmental Resources also have within another agency that was called the Environmental Quality Board. So now it's an office within the Department of Natural Resources. What are the permits that you need for coastal use and marine resource permits? Okay, you need authorization in order to use coastal area and coastal waters. Also, if you're going to placing gears or other kind of structures. Are you going to use submerged lands? It's very important. And that's one of the things that they evaluate. They have the Department of Natural Resources has an aquaculture permit through the Office of Permits that are within this agency. If you are going to import species, you will need the permit from this agency. It's very important, and they evaluate this kind of thing, the endangered species, essential fish habitat consultation with the federal government. Is in order to know that in the place where you're going to develop your project may be affected, it may affect critical organisms, critical habitats, or that may displace the organisms that already are in that specific area. And this is done also in order to comply with the National Marine Fish, the NMFS-E Fish and Wildlife Service. Next, please. Also, because we don't have the Environmental Quality Board, and also we don't have the Solid Waste Agency, all the things that they evaluate now are inside the Department of Natural Resources. Local environment quality, they will evaluate that. Solid waste, captured permit application, if you are going to use local species and you are going to capture in the wild. Water quality certification, also they have to evaluate if your project are consistent with the coastal zone management of Puerto Rico and also the federal state. Permits are valid normally for 1 year and have to be renewed annually. There also, the Department of Natural Resources also asks for an insurance policy. Next, please. Okay, there's another agency that is important, and that is the Department backwards. Okay, backward.
Una más. ¿Te fue sola?
Backward, no.
Ah, ya está, ya.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Do you, okay, backwards. Wow. Okay, no. Next one. Next. Okay, the Department of Agriculture, in conjunction with the Department of Natural Resources, also evaluate and have to authorize if you want to import any kind of aquatic species. Sometimes they ask that they must have a veterinary certificate. Okay. Next. Okay. The planning board has a joint permit application with the federal government in order to facilitate all this information that I already told you, but it's mostly on the environmental aspect. And also the Department of Health, you have to, you need a permit from them if you are going to processing and selling the product in Puerto Rico and outside. Recently, there is another agency that I don't put it there that is called Permits Management Office. And this office, this agency, mainly what they do is centralize permitting portal for constructions, operation, and endorsement, trying to speed up the permits. But when I talk with the personnel from the Department of Natural Resources, they told me that it depends. It depends on the project. If the project is small, if the project is at high scale. So, but that's another agency that is in Puerto Rico. Next. Okay. In the U.S. Virgin Islands operates a similar system as Puerto Rico, but they have different local agencies. The main agency that oversees environment protection, coastal program and aquaculture development is the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Most of the things have to go through this department in particular. For example, you have to register in order to have an aquaculture or mariculture operation. Also, you have to have a license to use the waters, the coastal waters of U.S. Virgin Islands. There's another permit for coastal outside of offshore or the marine coastal area that have to be approved by this Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Next. Within the Department of Plants and Natural Resources, there's a division, Fish and Wildlife, that they give you permits related to possession, the transport, or propagation of certain species, native or imported species. They also have some restrictions in protected or conservation area. Okay? Also, there are some local business and building permits that are done through the municipal authority. Next. One important thing that the U.S. Virgin Islands have that Puerto Rico doesn't have is that they develop a commission that is called Aquaculture and Mariculture Division. They are the one that will establish an aquaculture and mariculture development plan for Virgin Islands. And what is one step forward in this case is that they will evaluate areas that aquaculture projects could be approved, could be in those areas. That thing Puerto Rico doesn't have it. Next. Okay. Federal government and the governments that could give some kind of permits or have to evaluate aquaculture projects, aquaculture and mariculture projects is the federal government, and this applies not only to Puerto Rico but also to the U.S. Virgin Islands. In this case, for example, NOAA, that Jose Rivera is in the meeting. So have to have guidance and consultation under this Magnum Stevens Act, yes, it is related to the marine habitat and fisheries impact, essential feed habitats, permits related to that they evaluate if the projects have all the information necessary to protect those areas. Also, we have the U.S. Corps of Engineers. They evaluate if you are going to use, this is mostly for offshore activities, but in the coastal area, if you're going to include some kind of mooring, pen, etc., they have to evaluate them and decide if they give you the permit or no. It's very important. Recently, one of the projects that are working here in Puerto Rico told me that the Corps of Engineers exclude them from their permission because the kind of product that they're going to produce is less than 100 pounds. So they exempt from that permit. Also, the U.S. Coast Guard, in order to, they have to deal with safety of navigation. And if you have offshore cages, you have to do some kind of electrical thing in order that boats that are in the area could see and avoid collisions. Next. The Environmental Protection Agency is very important because they evaluate the discharges from offshore operations and that may require on the CW, the Clean Water Act, and also the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. And the Fish and Wildlife Service, because they have to evaluate if there is possible interact with protected species or critical habitats. Next. Also, the USDA APHIS needs to be contacted for health certificates for imported broodstock. If the imported broodstock maybe have to be quarantined. What are the plans? Restrictions in some cases on non-native or invasive species. Also monitoring disease control and traceability systems. We have the Food and Drug Administration that if you are going to do a processing plant, you require to comply with the HACCP program. Next.
That is the last one.
That's the last one. Well, this is a very brief review of all the procedures for the different government entities that had to deal with a permitting system for mariculture projects in Puerto Rico. In March or April, you will have another meeting, and in that meeting, I will give you more thorough information about this kind of agency and recommendation how to facilitate the process for the development of mariculture projects in Puerto Rico and U.S. Virgin Islands. I hope this small and very brief presentation clarified the steps required for the agencies involved in development these projects. Any question?
Thank you, Evelyn. Dr. Cepeda. Mr. Chairman, we have until 12 o'clock, so we can open now for question and answer for Ms. Blacklock and Dr. Cepeda.
Vance?
Yeah, Evelyn, thanks a lot. You pretty much covered laundry list. And if I were a private investor, it would scare the heck out of me.
Yes.
Uh, but you did, but you did cover everything. Almost everything. And one thing that you may have to or may need to emphasize is the getting a concession from the Department of Natural Resources and Environment for the utilization of the intertidal zone, zona marítimo terrestre, and the submerged lands of Puerto Rico. And that's you will have to pay a yearly rent of $36.4 per meter square yearly. Okay, and every 5 years, DNR can change their mind and they can say it's not going to be 36.4, it's going to be 100 or 200 without any notification. And that's a big cost. I'm telling you because we have some issues with the submarine cables, and the amount that that my clients have to pay is enormous. It's something like $500,000 every year for a half an inch cable. Anyhow, that's something that needs to be taken care of, and also the first thing is the location, especially for the submerged aspects of aquaculture. You need first to know, what is the designated use of Class A and Class B waters of Puerto Rico. So this post has to be shown that it will not, for example, interfere with the propagation of natural communities, etc. So there's a Class A, Class B, and Class C, which is for industrial purposes, but Class C is not longer being used. And the other thing is the certificate or the compatibility with the coastal zone management programs. This applies both to the USVI and Puerto Rico. Without showing that your project is compatible with the coastal zone management program is critical. And before you get a compatibility permit, first you have to have all the previous permits. I mean, you have to show that none of the designated, none of the environmental laws and regulations have been complied with. It's very difficult. And the alternative, I mean, that I would suggest for an aquaculture project in Puerto Rico should come from a public policy. It needs to come from a high government level. Because otherwise, I see so many obstacles in performing, in making an aquaculture project economically feasible. That's my major comment. But thank you, Evelyn. You did a good job.
Graciela.
Thank you, Vance, for that. Thank you, Evelyn. So in addition to that, the DNR in Puerto Rico usually sends you to the U.S. Corps of Engineers, but the monetary part of it goes to the DNR, and it starts at $500, increasing to $1,000 plus, depending on what you're requesting the permit.
The $500 is just for the processing of the paperwork.
Exactly.
Just for submitting, it's just $500, and that's fixed. But the rent is
wow. And in addition to that, it's not available via the web. It has to be in person and in paper copy when you submit all these all the paperwork. So, there are ways of being exempted from the permits from the Corps of Engineers, depending on what the instruments are. You can be part of the national permit, but most likely the beginning will cost you money to start with the permitting part.
Yes.
In order to attack that, I mean, to face that problem, some things that can be done is a memorandum of agreement between the government and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and with other regulatory agencies. That can be done. And for me, that's the most practical way of performing or installing a mariculture project in Puerto Rico.
Okay.
Roberto Sabater, another way to have it is to have the government or find the location
get all the permits for the location, and then put out RFPs to the people interested to then farm that area, or have the
Mhm.
court itself
Yes.
provide all the permits, because maybe will be faster. But then all they have to do is find the area, prepare it, and then get all all the permits, and then put out RFP to have the private industry come in. Thank you.
Let's follow up to that one. That's precisely your two intervention, Vance and Roberto. That's what we wanted to hear at the workshop. And also, Evelyn is going to contact the people who already got the permits, who are already working.
Mhm.
And when I used to work there, we have a memorandum of understanding with the Corps of Engineer. It lasted for 3 years. And it changed with the administration. You change governor, the administration goes away. So those two are elements that we want to consider. If you, from the presentation of Mrs. Blacklock, also at the national level, you have this type of activities already considered. So thank you very much, Jesus.
Nicole?
Good day. Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for the illuminating comments on the process in Puerto Rico. We've been working since 2021 on developing rules and regulations and also a plan for aquaculture in the territory. And I just have a few comments on that. First, a reminder that there will be different regulations required in territorial and federal waters. We have been coordinating closely with the federal government and the Office of Aquaculture, specifically Andrew Richards sat in on our commission meetings from 2024 through 2025, and we started a relationship in 2023 to ensure that all of our rules and regulations will be federally compliant and inclusive. Second, that part of this work has been commented on by members of these bodies, also by the public. We had a public review comment period from November 29th of 2023 to February 29th of 2024, and additional follow-up comments on our rules and regulations and also our plan during that period. We are currently waiting on the consistent process. And so that leads to my specific comment to anyone who's interested in starting an aquaculture, mariculture business in the Virgin Islands. Please contact us directly, because we're in a rapidly changing regulatory environment. And I don't want folks to get started on a pathway that's not going to be permissible, either because of programmatic issues like the species that you're using, or because of space issues, the siting, the coastal zone consistency permits, or because of some of the inspection criteria. There are 10 inspection criteria that each aquaculture facility will have to fill out. And so there are a lot of details. This is, as we've said, a very brief overview, and it's already a lot of information. And so folks are really going to have done their research and have their business plans in place, because this is going to be very expensive.
Mhm.
And last, for an aquaculture workshop coming up, I have two comments for that. First, I think it would be really nice for us to be thinking about the federal waters when we're thinking about the aquaculture workshop. And if we're going to expand our sense of aquaculture regulatory environment and that have this be most useful to operators in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, that we have separate sessions, because we have separate regulatory and business environments, and they're not going to be the same. So the information for Puerto Rico is not going to be applicable to the U.S. Virgin Islands and vice versa. So thank you so much.
Okay. Mhm.
Espérate. Thank you for that, because that's exactly the way they were thinking. And actually, you're the star of the show from the U.S. Virgin Island government for the workshop. I hope that you can assist in person. One question I have is at the position, both of us, the Economic and Agriculture Committee of the 36th legislature, one of the senators mentioned the possibility of having a bill that will establish the policy for mariculture in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Correct. So that bill that he proposed, we actually did review and provide comments on. It was actually redundant with the existing rules, regulations, and laws. And we had invited his office to participate in all of our commission meetings, and they had declined to participate. So I think there were a lot of layers of interest and also misinformation that were provided at the specific hearing we were at.
Careful,
Because
we
we've
are
been
recording.
very inclusive with exactly who we've invited, which is the entire public. We've had our notices out in the papers, social media, on the radio. We've done interviews. We've brought it to different governing bodies. And so I'm very excited to move forward in a positive way with that specific legislative office. But I think, as you saw, the entire body of the legislature was very well aware of that issue and was supportive of, because we did everything according to the existing laws, and those existing laws prescribed our timelines, personnel, and what we needed to produce at the end. So that was really an exciting process to go through, because we had done everything, worked so hard to do it really well.
Actually, I would take the opportunity to congratulate you for your presence there. Was interesting. But
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we're close to talk, but the output of the workshop is not to just to meet with people there. We would like to have out of this workshop guidelines, specific guidelines with context, with names and everything that people can use it. Those will be dynamic and they will be included in digital form and paper form at the meeting, after the workshop, excuse me.
Vance? Come in. Vance, did you want to say something or?
Just real quickly, he said the USVI has a very high advantage over Puerto Rico for one reason. You have DPNR, you have the planning board and DNR are the same agency. Here we have the Puerto Rico Planning Board and the Department of Natural Resources. Two different agencies, both extremely complicated, but you guys have that junction, which is so important in the permit process. Thank you.
Ms. Blacklock?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similar to the previous comments about contacting the agency for USVI permitting, I highly recommend contacting our regional aquaculture coordinators for any permit questions in federal waters. It is also a constantly changing environment, and they will be the hand to hold you through the permitting process. And I would also love to connect Evelyn with our regional aquaculture coordinators, both Andrew Richard and Kylie Herf, so that they can coordinate
Yes,
with the federal.
yes, I need that. Thank you.
Anybody on chat?
We have Vanessa Ramirez in the chat. She wrote, "Thing that bring at attention the example of Mujeres de Isla with Nicolás Gomez and the fishermen village of Culebra with their project of aquaculture for farming oysters could bring a real perspective of reality and about the bureaucracy of government in Puerto Rico."
That's true. That's why one of the person that I contacted was Nicolás. And also I interviewed Espinosa from the for the Wincon project in Aguabo. I contact both of them. And I asked them precisely that the process that is very difficult in order to go through, and they are just, both of them were just doing the research part. But that's why is that we need all that information in order to try to, at the end of this investigation, let's put it that way, we could recommend to the for example, in Puerto Rico, to Puerto Rico government, things that have to be done. But Vance mentioned something that is very important. If you don't have a specific legislation that really sponsor aquaculture, you won't have anything. And that's the problem. Well, not that that's the things that we have to eliminate and try to do like an aquaculture master plan for Puerto Rico. And to be honest with you, we are talking about the 20th century by the 1980s, something like that. there was an aquaculture master plan for Puerto Rico, but it was only a draft. And nothing happens, nothing happens.
I say, Mr. Chairman, we wanted to just present this to you, but the information that is going to be discussed at the workshop will be the basic for many recommendations. And some of those recommendations will not come from the council necessarily. It will come from local governments, federal government, and the industry, because the key to get the industry engaged. And one of the only things that I think is good to be all is that in 1975, I was the director of the Fishery Development Program in Puerto Rico, and we prepared an aquaculture development program on paper, Vance. You see it? Because we
On paper.
everything. We have the public library, public printing office, and we have everything. We have people, and it was very difficult. So the point is that 1975 up to here, we're still talking about this, but this time we mean it. This time we want to develop the mariculture project. And something that Evelyn is going to do, and it was her idea, is to contact everybody that have a project approved for aquaculture in the U.S. Virgin Islands and or Puerto Rico, and look at their experience. They will be invited to the workshop, and they will have presentations discussing this. And the other thing is that we're going to invite the local governments, and that's why Dr. Angeli's idea is something that we already considered. We are going to divide, it'll probably be 1 or 2 days, mostly 2 days. And we'll have one session that will be the U.S. Virgin Islands, and another session will be Puerto Rico and the federal government, all combined. But we will have an opportunity to hear the industry people represented. And some of them have come to the council, the ones that are working with some snappers. Another component that we are going to have is international. We are going to invite Dr. Benetti and others because they have already started a program under the FAO with marine culture for the entire Caribbean basin. Unfortunately, the pilot project is in Jamaica. I don't know whether they were affected by the hurricanes. I hope that they were on the east part of Jamaica. But there's a lot of people who are looking at this opportunity. And as I said, this idea came from, Henry and I were discussing it, and he would like to move this forward the best way possible. And I want to thank Daniel for being here to make a difference. And we will inform at the April meeting the status of this development. If we can have the workshop before, then we will present to you the results of the workshop. But if we want to do it right and well, we have to be careful methodically in the way that, who we are going to identify people who can come and contribute to the workshop. And Mr. Chairman, then we are going to, as I said before, because there might be conflicts with the fisheries and this project and other user groups, the 3 DAPs will be there representing the industry of the fishing community, small scale and artisanal of the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Thank you very much.
Graciela.
Tiene a Daniel y no deja que sea Daniel.
Daniel.
Yeah, thank you, Evelyn, and thank you, Daniel, for the excellent presentation. I just have a question. Do you think it's a good idea to send a letter from the council or from No Fisheries to the DNR secretary, mention the importance of the new activities in aquaculture and mariculture? However, Ricardo and me we report that, but maybe it's a good idea to send that.
We are going to send a letter of invitation to the Commissioner of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and the Secretary of Puerto Rico, explaining why we are having this, what is expected, and that's it. And then they will answer. Actually, the answer to the letter have been given to us by Angeli right now, because they have been working a lot with aquaculture project, and I hope that we get the same from the Secretary.
Thank you.
Graciela.
So, Blacklock, I have a question regarding the business chain associated to any project in aquaculture. And that is, we have a big problem with invasive species on the islands, and they could constitute, a potential for the diet that you need to feed the species that you will be bringing up in aquaculture. Is that considered anywhere? We have iguanas, lionfish, snakes, Vietnamese belly pigs. Uh, I mean, we do have a number of these species, including algae and seagrasses that are invasive and corals. So, they could provide the minerals and the protein, etc., to make a diet. The University of Puerto Rico at some point used to have a the potential to develop diets for animals, for mariculture and feed for cattle, etc. So there is, a potential there. Is that considered in these opportunities for aquaculture?
Well, thank you for the question. Feed is certainly going to be a consideration for the U.S. Caribbean. Feed is the most expensive component of any fed aquaculture after the initial investment of infrastructure. It is the highest ongoing cost, and the need to import feed into the U.S. Caribbean could be limiting. So looking at existing sources that could be used for feed, I think will be definitely part of the conversation. Have we talked about it yet? No, not necessarily, but that could be part of some of the next steps of what are the things that we need to research. We have a deep history in feeds research in partnership with USDA of looking past forage fish. How do we get out of that cycle? How do we find other feed ingredients that have the right nutritional profile to feed fed aquaculture and have healthy species? So it certainly could be a part of that conversation.
Chat.
We have Vanessa Ramirez on the chat. Hi, I have a point of concern just for the record and from the point of view of commercial fishermen, knowing how hard it is to make permits process and the expensive cost of this kind of projects, how we as local fishermen can be protected from big companies that are interested in coming to the Caribbean and at the end continue killing ourselves and our wild catch as a small-scale artisanal fishery. Just to think on this.
Julian.
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. And just to piggyback on what Vanessa just said, that was the same concerns we had yesterday when we had a conversation. And, what I've seen in the past is when the University of the Virgin Islands did the tilapia farms, there were rules put in place that they could not sell the product here in St. Thomas. They had to ship it off island. And we are already going through enough hardships as fishermen with an economy that bounces all over the place, with the imports that are already coming in. We're not against aquaculture, but we are concerned that if the right rules are not put in place, it can affect us directly if the product that is produced is put directly into our economy. So it's something that when the rules and regs are being written, if that can be looked at, and we're looking forward to working with the board and having some more dialogue and discussions and the entire process. It's not an easy process. I was telling Nelson here a few minutes ago after looking at this presentation, it's like, well, we need $200,000 and another 5 years before we could get these permits. And in between that period of time, you have administrations that are changing. People are changing. People come up with their own ideas. So you could be in the middle of a process. Oh, no, we're not doing it that way anymore. We got to start over, and your $200,000 investment is gone. So I'm just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch. We'll see you at 1:30 sharp. Okay, welcome back from lunch. We have a comment from someone out of Puerto Rico that wasn't able to make a statement earlier, so we're gonna let him go ahead and make a statement now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to read the comment from Nicolás Gómez Andújar. He is the president of the Fishermen Association in Culebra. Estoy bien con eso, ¿verdad, Wilson, el presidente? Yeah. Administrator, I'm sorry. And he submitted a comment when we were about going to have lunch regarding the topic of aquaculture. He wrote, "Greetings, Nicolás Gómez, here copy from the Applied Research Project for oyster mariculture in Culebra, Puerto Rico. We have identified a need for a more streamlined and clear permitting roadmap, especially federal regulations regarding seating and gear deployed, including limitations for entrepreneurs regarding benthic surveys and aids to navigation. Greetings. There is other question, other comment under his comment. Megan Consent working with the TNC Aquaculture team and closely with Tania Metz, CNC Puerto Rico. We have created a permitting roadmap for Puerto Rico in close collaboration with DNR stakeholders. I love to share more about our report. Nicolás Gómez, I also want to express my concern with industrial-scale finfish aquaculture development in Puerto Rico, specifically how, without appropriate safeguards, threatens displacement, local fishers, and workers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna make a little change on the schedule, on the agenda. We have Dr. Angeli, who's gonna talk about the advisory body membership. Is it? No.
Carlos,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
There is a comment from Ricardo Lopez in the aquaculture topic.
Okay,
Okay,
Pero
so it's,
terminar esto porque ya se va y después cogemos.
okay.
comment.
Well,
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's start with the easy part. The group yesterday is recommending the council that the NGOs members, rather than representing the entire U.S. Caribbean, will be considered on a regional basis. So that's something that Dr. Angeli suggested, and I guess that the group agree. So from now on, the NGO vacancy from St. Croix will be replaced by an NGO member working in St. Croix. Then we move to St. Thomas, St. John, do the same. And in the case of Puerto Rico, we also will have a local NGO replacing any vacancy that we have. So if you all agree, at least for the record, please tell me so I can include it in the agenda. So,
Do we need to make a motion or yes?
Yeah, I think an emotion would be appropriate, especially so the record is clear.
Excellent.
While we're deciding.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that the nonprofit representative on the district advisory panels for St. Croix, St. Thomas, and for Puerto Rico can be local, independent nonprofits, independent of the entire U.S. Caribbean.
So move, Tony Blanchard.
vamos a ir a la otra, hay que me diga para que-
Should we put this up on the screen?
If anyone needs it up on the screen, we can type it out.
So it was Angeli who made the motion, seconded by Tony Blanchard. The motion is to allow each district advisory panel to choose a local nonprofit representative to their membership. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, so did Ricardo want to say something?
Vanessa.
No, todavía no tiene que ser sobre esta vaina. Lo
Okay,
otro no.
Sí.
okay, okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, for the record, let's finish the DAP membership and then we follow with anything else. Also, we want to squeeze in after this exercise with membership, the OAP report and Christina report that will be very quick. In the case of San Croix, Mr. Chairman, we have Gerson Martinez decided to continue for 5 more years as a member of the DAP. His son, Gerson Martinez, is not, he quit. So we have one vacant. We also have Nicole Charles Rogers and Daniel Santiago. They're willing and able to participate as member of the FCC, of the DAP St. Croix. So we need a motion to appoint, appoint Nicolas Charles Rogers and Daniel Santiago.
I need the screen again.
I thought for this, you don't need a screen.
Oh, you don't? Oh,
In the past, we didn't use a screen. Is that okay? Or we need to have it?
It's whatever you all prefer. That would make it easiest for everyone to understand what's going on.
Okay.
So if you would like the names on a screen, if that would be helpful to you all, you can certainly do that.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Mr. Chair, could you repeat the wording so I can?
Nicolás, con H entre la C y la O. Charles Rogers. Charles Rogers. A Mr. Daniel Santiago. As members of the DAP San Croix. Ya dije eso. Sí, ahí está.
I make a motion to appoint Nicholas Charles Rogers and Mr. Daniel Santiago as members of the DAP of St. Croix.
Second, Tony Blanchard.
Okay. So the motion reads to appoint Nicholas Charles Rogers and Daniel Santiago as St. Croix DAP members. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
No, dímelo, voy a pick on that también. The next, Sí, déjala al
Mr.
screen para
Mr.
esa moción.
Yes, Heather?
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Is, my understanding is there is still a remaining vacancy on the St. Croix DAP, is that correct?
Yep. There are two.
Two
One is
remaining
an ex
vacancies.
officio that we just had this motion, so they're looking for the ex officio. And the other one is vacant. Now is the time to,
Okay.
Yep.
So I would like to move that, I'm in the process of locating a list of MREP graduates from the St. Croix MREP program, and I would like to move that I could provide you the list and that we select some MREP graduates from the list to fill the remaining vacancies.
Okay.
and also to authorize the chair to appoint that person in between sessions of the council.
And for Carlos to have the authority as the chair to make those appointments in consultation with others.
Discussion?
Wait.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Carlos, voy a escribir la moción.
Heather, could you provide the wording, please, for the motion?
Repeat it so she can write it on the screen. Dictate the motion to her. Yeah, no, but we need the motion first and Carlos, esto es fuera de orden, tiene que poner la jodida moción, ponerla en el screen y después habla. One.
Okay, are you ready, Christina?
Que Gerson se queda.
I am.
Oh, sorry, Lige. I move to
Este se va, ya lo
appoint
dijimos. Entonces, hablen.
Antonio Ortiz, who is a recent MREP graduate. To the remaining vacancy on the St. Croix District Advisory Panel. I guess it should say to fill the remaining vacancy. I'm hearing that Antonio has expressed interest in serving. If for some reason he declines, then we could move to the list and Carlos could work with the list to find someone.
We need a second and then,
Okay.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
okay. So, Mr. Chairman and Heather, we have two vacancies. And Diana was telling me to make the correction because one of them retired. Gerson Martinez Jr. So there's one vacant there. So we can fill one with the MRED graduate and another one with, if a Gerson has somebody that you want to submit, this is the time. But the first thing is that we allow the chair to, do you want to include that in the motion also? To allow the chair to make that appointment once we have the name? That's Gerson's guy, isn't it? Okay, so you want another graduate or you just want to keep it?
It might be best to do two separate motions if you're talking about adding authority for Carlos, if Antonio declines the appointment to then select someone else. I think that would be best as two separate motions. That would be cleaner. Yes, and vote on this one first, and then Heather can propose the second motion.
Okay. So the motion is to appoint Antonio Ortiz, who is a recent MREP graduate, to fill the remaining vacancy on the St. Croix District Advisory Panel. Moved by Heather Blau, seconded by Vanessa Ramirez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none.
Tony,
Motion
hold on,
carried.
hold on.
Oh, discussion, Tony.
No, I abstain.
Okay, one abstention. Motion carried.
Then the second motion? I have it. Ready
Mo-
for the second?
Motion to appoint a recent MREP graduate to the second remaining vacancy on the St. Croix District Advisory Panel. The chair will have the authority to choose the graduate from a list of names that we submit, that NIM submits. That no fishery submits. Is that okay? There, she is. Okay. Oh, that's great.
So we need a second for that motion.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
So the motion reads to appoint a recent MREP graduate to the second remaining vacancy on the St. Croix DAP. The chair will have the authority to choose the graduate from the list of names that no fishery submits. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Ayes? Any abstentions?
Extension.
Who, you? Okay, one abstention. Motion carries.
Shall I proceed, Mr. Chairman? No, te queda más. Uno nada más, ¿verdad? San Tomás. In San Tomás. Mr. Chairman, in the case of the District Advisory Panel for St. Thomas, St. John, we have one open seat. And I believe that Dr. Senay Hapte was going to provide some information regarding Calvin Jr.
Yeah, I still don't have confirmation from them, but as soon as I'll meet with them likely either this week or next, and I can keep you posted if they agree.
So I understand then the chair will have the authority to appoint, once we get the information, he will be able to appoint that person. Okay, perfect. And also, in the case of St. Thomas and John, we have an ex-official member from an NGO that is vacant. So anybody from St. Thomas can submit the name of that person. Remember to contact them and make sure that they are willing and able to attend at least 2 meetings a year.
A point of clarity
Yes.
on that. So we would have that same vacancy for the St. Croix DAP. Would we want to make a motion for the chairs to be able to appoint a nonprofit member, or do we want to maybe make a motion that we would have that become something that we bring to the April meeting?
It's up to you. What would you like to do? To discuss at the April meeting or?
I think
The
we would like to
advantage,
discuss it at the April meeting.
the advantage of having the chair is that we are going to have a meeting in the first half and before the April
over
meeting,
the
all the
April
AP
meeting.
in each area. So it'll be up to you how you would like to play it. And the point is, if you can wait until April, and that's your pressure, you just can do that.
I guess are the DAP chairs prepared to coordinate and correspond with nonprofits before the April, in between now and the April meeting, to appoint a member?
Yes.
Yeah.
Person Martinez for the record. I think, yes, I think we can have an NGO. We like to hear the perspective from each different sector. And I don't mind working with an NGO that can bring their their side of the story or agenda that maybe we can reach an agreement and work together with them. So I agree with that too. Thank you.
But Dr. Angeli is asking whether the chairs of the DAP would be willing to contact that person. And
NGO?
and then-
Well, I will have to get information of participants because I don't have no contact with the Nature Conservancy or any NGOs that I, like how I used to have in the past. So I think if the council or our local government give us that information, we can work with selecting that person.
Okay, and for the St. Thomas DAP is would,
So Joey McGrath for the record, so I'm at loss with words for this one. I would need like some ideas of suggestions because I wouldn't know who to choose right offhand because I don't know who's running any of these agencies right now. But yes, most definitely, because when we first started the DAPs, we had an NGO sitting on it. We had a Coast Guard representative. We had the Pew Foundation. So yeah, we're open to have that dialogue because once you close the loop from the beginning, makes the process going forward easier.
But the question is, who's gonna contact that guy?
so I think so we are willing to help provide contacts for the DAP chairs, and I think maybe the decision now would be if we're willing to make a motion to allow the DAP chairs to allow the chair to appoint them between now and the meeting, or alternatively, if we want that appointment to happen at the next meeting. But if the DAP meeting is going to happen, then I think we would make a motion to allow the chair to appoint the
Yeah.
nonprofit based on the recommendation of the DAP chairs.
Well, my personal thing is ONGs are a little bit difficult. It's not as when you know a person, okay, you're a fisherman, you want to go, and that's it. I prefer, my personal feeling is to discuss it at the April meeting, so you have better information. These are the NGOs that are interested in participating. And the reason we have this vacancy is because Pew Foundation no longer have any Caribbean project. So certainly Graciela and I, or whomever, I can go into the Google now and find a bunch of NGOs. And then we between the staff and the Division of Fisheries, we can contact you, and then at the April meeting, we will be able then to bring the appropriate information.
We're also willing to provide information on the NGO partners that we work with. We work with over a dozen NGOs each year. And so we could provide some of those contact information for those NGOs to the DAP chairs, and they could invite them to the DAP meeting.
Yeah, but
Discuss and
wait,
then
wait.
make an appointment later.
The DAP chair don't invite anybody to any meeting. It's the chair of the council.
Okay, the chair of the council could invite them
So-
to the DAP meeting.
So with that list, Carlos then can, and we inform all the three chairs. These are the people that we're considering for the meeting. And that way Gerson, Nelson, and Julian can say, well, okay,
Yep.
we know these people, we don't know these others, and then we have an open discussion at the April meeting, and you select the one that is best for you, each one of the
I think
DAPs.
that's best. I think this is an important decision, and we want to
Yes.
reflect on it.
Okay.
Yeah, Julia McGrath for the record. I really think that the council members at the closed meeting in April should choose that person. I personally feel from my group, I'm speaking for St. Thomas, St. John, that I shouldn't be the one to choose that individual because it will not be biased. I think it's best that in the closed session meeting, that you guys choose that individual out of whichever list is created. And we, the members of the DAP, will have to work with that individual because that's how it was done in the past. Because if I choose an NGO that can benefit what we are doing, it can become an issue. So I'd rather the council appoint someone where the 7 voting members choose that individual. I think it would be the best outcome for the committees. At least that's my opinion. So thank you.
Blanchard.
Tony Blanchard. Well, I am on board with Mr. McGrath because really, This is our decision. This is not the DAP's decision. And I think we need to think this through and information be brought to the table for the April meeting. So we could overlook the background and decide what we want, who we want to put in that position. And this really should not be the responsibility of the chair, the DAPs, or the DAP members. So I say we take charge and we do the deciding, and we see what names or what organizations are brought to the table. We look at what they bring to the table, and then we decide. Now, the DAPs can't help with providing names. I'm not saying that they can't do that. But I think the decision as to who sits is on us.
People, you're already discussing something that is in the policy and the regs that we have. The council had the last word for anything that you appoint. What we are saying here is it's a collaborative participation. For example, usually when I don't know the person that they're, I ask the appropriate chair, do you know this guy or this person? Do you think it's a bona fide commercial fishery or recreational fishery? That's usually the procedure that we have. And then with the NGOs, given that this is, as Dr. Angeli mentioned, is an important meeting issue, then once we have the appropriate information, after we can share it with everybody. And then at the meeting in the open, we discuss the pros and cons of this particular NGO, and then the council take a final decision by vote.
I want to make sure on the screen for the motion that it's Mr. Ortiz's Anthony, not Antonio. I'm not sure if it was Antonio they put up. His name is Anthony.
So, Mr. Chairman, the last one is, we have the OAP also, que tiene el OAP. Yeah, in the case of the OAP, as the representative from the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council, remember the OAP have one representative from the Gulf, one from South Atlantic, and of course the Caribbean. She retired, so we are instructing Diana to contact the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council to see who will replace King Iverson. And when we get that, we will inform in the next meeting, this is the person. The Puerto Rico, we have two issues. One is Genius Fernandez. We think that he can be reappointed, but Daniel wants to hold it until we find out whether he has his commercial license update. And you don't have that information here today, or how do you want to proceed?
Daniel Matos Carvalho for the record. Very recently we checked, looks like this person doesn't have the current or active commercial fishing license. So if he will represent a commercial fishing license, I think he must have the license, right?
Yeah, the requirement for a commercial fishing license in the case of Puerto Rico, that's the agreement that we have. They all have to be fully credited with a commercial fishing license from Puerto Rico. The same with the US Islands.
Well, in this case, maybe it's better to stop this person unless he.
Well, one thing that we could do is the same as we did for St. Croix. The chair, once we have the information from you, and he has the commercial fishing license, he can be appointed for the DAP Puerto Rico.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Okay.
I need a little clarification on that because about this commercial fishing license, because we have stakeholders from all sectors in our DAP. So I'm not sure about what the commercial fishing license requirement they're asking about.
In the case of Puerto Rico, if you don't have commercial fishing license, you are not a commercial fisherman.
Right.
So if you are appointed a commercial fisherman to the DAP, what Daniel is saying, he has to have a commercial fishing license. That's all.
I'm totally agree with Daniel because if we renominate him, if he don't have his paper update, we are renominated a poacher. And we are not going to look good, to the people.
I'm glad that you said it. I didn't know what to say. The other thing, Mr. Chairman, is a little bit, I want Nelson to address this one. It's the case of Roberto Silva. Nurse,
So Roberto Silva, it's been absent for couples of the AP's meeting. He never, give me a call or call someone from the council, excusing, why he don't attend the meeting. So I recommend, to the council that decide what you want to do in this case. But he's been absent, I think, that more than 3 times. So I don't know. That's depend on you, what you want to do.
so Mr. Chairman, this case that we have is a member of the DAP is absent 2 or 3 consecutive times without any excuse. He's out of the DAP. And then you have to replace that person with somebody that is willing and able to participate. So we need to hear what you want to do.
Should he be contacted or should we just go ahead and
Okay.
replace him since he's passed the three meeting requirement? I'm not. If you feel that he's not gonna show up anymore, then we go ahead and replace him.
One thing that we could do is we're gonna ask Diana to contact him and see what is the case, and then we can discuss it in the next meeting. So we'll do it the nice way. And Mr. Chairman, that's it for us. And in the case of the agenda, you wanted to have the opportunity to hear from the OAP and Christina's presentation. You want to do that now?
So will be the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel. ¿Quién va primero? Janet.
Janet?
Let's going first, and she's going to share her screen.
Okay.
Hello.
Julian?
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record one more time. So I just wanted to say that I am pleased to see that the regional office stepped in, and it's a great idea if we have vacancies to try to get our MREP graduates involved. Presently in the St. Thomas St. John committee, I have 3 MREP graduates on my committee, and I have a couple people that I need to also confirm with if they're still willing to serve, because I don't see that productivity that is needed in such an important committee. And I think it's a great way of using the MREP program and getting these individuals, like we have told them in our closing remarks of MREP, that you need to get on different committees, attend the meetings, be involved in the process. And I think Heather, you made a great step forward with bringing that onto the record today. And I think it's the right way for us to move. And it's something that I think each one of us as chairs need to look at in anytime we have a vacancy, is to try to get our graduates involved from the different sectors. Because now that they have had that training, they got something coming into the meeting that they can use to better themselves and grow in that committee. So that's one comment. And my other comment that has nothing to do with the meeting, but I have to leave very shortly to go and deal with the film crew to get some videos of fish and lobsters, et cetera, et cetera. And I would just like to say happy holidays to everyone. Wish all of you safe travel. For those who are traveling, you and your family, have a safe holiday season, and looking forward to working with you guys in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. The same to you and your family.
Outreach and Education.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present the report of the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel. Today, I will provide an overview of our recent work, our ongoing initiatives, and the materials we aim to develop for the upcoming year. Following our most recent advisory panel meeting, several needs and requests emerged that relate directly to the development and reproduction of educational materials. These needs are now being addressed, and we hope to have updated resources ready for distribution in 2026, depending on available funding that may support the proposed activities. One of the needed materials is the bilingual flyer. This flyer is about the Wahoo and Dolphin Wahoo flyer update. In this case, Christina already made a series of social media posts has been released to increase awareness for the flyer, strengthen community engagement, and highlight the importance of marine conservation efforts related to dolphin and wahoo species. So the flyer is going to be, is in the final stages of preparation in both English and Spanish. This bilingual format ensures accessibility and supports clear understanding among the diverse communities we serve. And this is going to be for 2026. Another thing, we are trying to make different kind of materials. One of them is using the Genially platform integration to our for using for our poster. This platform is free, so we can make interactive materials. And I'm going to learn this Tuesday. Someone is going to teach me how to use this platform so we can make the posters interactive. And we are going to integrate this in our workflow. This tool will allow us to create more interactive and visually engaging learning materials that can be used in classrooms, workshops, and outreach events across the region. This is how it looks. I try to do it myself, but I have to learn. Both the USBI liaison and the Puerto Rico representative formally request the reproduction of the educational materials we already have developed. Their intention is to distribute these resources in their own outreach and educational activities. These include workshops, school programs, community events, and many other initiatives where the content can strengthen local capacity and support fisheries education across the region. Another upcoming action is the calendar. Here we are representing the Muñoz family of Puerto Real in Cabo Rojo. They represent 3 generations of fishers and continues to be an important example of heritage, identity, and community in our coastal communities. This family is featured in the upcoming OAP calendar. All materials have already been developed, and we are aiming to interview another family for San Thomas. So we hope to have this for 2027. The new materials that also we are aiming to have, if funds become available, we are aiming to develop a set of stickers featuring priority managed species. Each sticker will highlight a conservation message, a memorable trait or superpower to support learning and engagement. Some of the species are in Puerto Rico, the queen snapper, San Thomas and San John, queen triggerfish, and San Croix, the parrotfish. Also, new materials were proposed to create a clear and durable signs that summarize essential fisheries regulations, including closed seasons, size and bag limits, and protected species. These signs will be installed at fishing ramps across the region to support compliance and strengthen outreach to fishers, recreational users, and coastal communities, if funds, of course, are secured. Other CFMC outreach efforts, the Council has completed a new educational book titled Bajo la Luna, which is now fully available through the CFMC social media platforms and online channels. It's a beautiful book. Also, we have been busy. There was an educational talk at CUNICAM at el Colegio Universitario de San Juan, El hábitat esencial para especies marinas, on June 17, 2025. CFNC staff provided an educational talk as requested of the CUNY Camp event in Colegio Universitario de San Juan. The staff provided a presentation to 52 students from 15 to 17 years old about the marine habitats of Puerto Rico, as well as related outreach material to the teachers. Also, the annual shore fishing for kids at Club Náutico de Guayama was in charge of Liahai. She was there on July 19 and was contacted by 2025 MREP participant and Guayama's Nautical Club to participate in the 18th annual shore fishing for children at Pozuelo, Guayama. Also, we have an educational talk on lionfish impacts. On October 2025, CFMC provided an educational session at the request of the teachers of Segunda Unidad Middle Arroyo Cardosa in Puerto Rico, in Cabo Rojo. Two students groups, ages 11 to 16, participated in the presentation, which focused on the biology of the invasive lionfish, their ecological impacts, and the importance of community awareness. Educational materials were distributed to students and teachers to support ongoing classroom activities. Thank you. Questions?
Janet,
Yeah.
the Bajo la Luna book is going to be translated into English so we can distribute in the US Virgin Islands. The beauty of the book is that it helps the children get the idea of how important it is to manage and conserve our species around here. And it has been a success story. It's available in the digital format from our management, from our webpage. So the first quarter of 2026, we are going to do the translation. We already talked to the designer, and Diana is going to do the translation of all the pages. Once that is available, hopefully before the next meeting, we will be able to distribute it to the US Virgin Islands through the Division of Fish and Wildlife and Liaison Officer Nicole Grill. Thank you, Janet.
Daniel?
Daniel Matos Carvalho for the record. Thank you, Janet. Excellent job. And I just like to comment that the picture with the three generations, I think Mr. Munoz, the older man in the picture, I'm sure he is the oldest active commercial fisher in Puerto Rico. He's, I think, 91, 92 years old, and he is still fishing at least 1 or 2 times per week. He's a great person. I made the song, or I made no,
Guys,
I'm
we
not
need to
sure
continue.
it's the son or the father.
Okay, we have Christina?
Hi, good afternoon. As you know already, my name is Cristina Olan, and I work as the social media network coordinator for the Caribbean Council. I'm very thankful for this opportunity. I know that we are out of time, so I will be short on that. As I already mentioned in other meetings, we have presence in different platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, X, LinkedIn, Threads, YouTube, Blue Sky, and ISO for the documents. There you have, I don't know what is happening. I moved I think that I have internet, so I'm so sorry. It is running, but I don't know what something is happening there. Es esta computadora aquí. Okay. There. Okay. Here we are now. No sé, se frizó. Pero ya está. Ok. Sí, Iván, quería ahorrar tiempo, pero no me deja la tecnología. So we have there the QR code that goes to the link tree. And what I was showing there is an image of what we have in our link tree. We have all the social media links, but also resources, the materials about the descending device, meetings. If you go, for example, if you go there right now, you can access the meeting materials there. So, yeah, ahora sí, okay. The content that we have been sharing is related to seasonal closures, local and federal regulations, meetings and workshops, outreach and education activities, marine species, shared content that we share from agencies and organizations that their mission is similar to the council's, collaborative content, followers requests, funding opportunities, bulletins, the Big Fish initiative that you already saw what it is about during the morning, and the Salvapeje descent device assist the fish is the USBI version, and also the inbox and DM that people are always requesting or asking questions through the inbox or direct messaging. I want to share some examples of great collabs, shares, and mentions that we have been having for the past few months. Big Fish initiative is definitely a successful collaboration. There are two examples of very recent posts that we have been collaborating with Big Fish initiative in sharing the content. One is about the Nassau grouper, and the voice in that post was recorded by Janet Ramos Garcia, that she's there with us, and the OAP share, and also the one about lionfish, and that one was had multiple collaborations such as Big Fish, CFMC, Puerto Rico Sea Grant, Chef Giovanna Heike, Burracas Films, and Haiti National Trust. So in that way, by collaborating with many other partners, we are increasing the views and the opportunities for people to see that content. Other successful collabs, for example, the content that is published by the Programa de Pesca Recreativa, de Estadísticas de Pesca Recreativa Marina, it has been a continuous collaboration for many years now, and we share the content that they produce, but also Yamit and Grisels, they are always available to comment on the content that we publish, and also to provide me information or suggestions when we are developing content that is going to be seen by commercial and recreational fishers. Also, we have the Pescadores Comerciales y el Ambiente that for a long, long time, they have been also sharing the information that the council produces. Other successful mentions and shares are done always by La Fresca, Puerto Rico. They are from Arecibo, and Crudo Fresh local seafood from Cataño. They both are fish markets, and they are always sharing the content, especially the ones related to the seasonal closures. Those are examples of agencies, fishers, and fish markets that share our post. La Fresca, Crudo Seafood, Puerto Rico Sea Grant, Programa de Estadísticas de Pesca Recreativa Marina. There is a comment. Ritmicano, Chispa, Pescadores Comerciales y el Ambiente, Taller Ecológico de Puerto Rico. Also, I want to mention la Asociación Pesquera de Culebra también. And as I always mention, those are only examples. There are a lot of people and a lot of organizations that share the content, and we are totally grateful for the continued support of all of the CFMC followers. WhatsApp, that is done by Wilson Santiago and Gerson Martinez. I'm very thankful for that opportunity of collaborating with the WhatsApp broadcast list that Wilson has been creating and adding people for a long, long time now, and Gerson that manages chats in St. Croix. Every time that we produce a post, they share the information through the WhatsApp, and it has been very successful. It's something that Wilson is going to explain in his presentation. We have also an email contact list that Kiara Matias, a CFMC staff member, keeps updated with the contact information that we provide from workshops, activities, and social media followers. People receive announcements through email. CFMC takes action, CFMC toma acción. It is developed for the, it has been developed for the projects, the IRA projects that Marta was presenting this morning. There are a couple of editions that are already in the webpage and also on ISU. There is a QR code that directs you to the bulletins in English and Spanish. Workshop announcements, and those are some examples. Those ones were produced for one of the IRA projects that Janet has been working in the project. It was when Marta was presenting and was showing the workshops that were done with the fishers and the teachers. Those are the announcements for the fishers workshops. Marine Resource Education Program, that's awesome. Every time that we have the MREP, we share content of things that are happening in the workshop. So people become more engaged to the council process, but also to the MREPs as an educational tool. Some of our MREP friends are there también, que nos están acompañando hoy. And I was able to attend the MREP National Steering Committee meeting in Portland, Maine on last October. So I'm very thankful for this opportunity of being part of the steering committees in USVI, Puerto Rico, and also at the national level. MREP is a great outreach opportunity, and from my experience also, the opportunity of bringing together fishers, commercial and recreational managers, government scientists is an unique occasion to when people come together and also share ideas and they can understand what everybody is trying to do. And it's something that helps all the parts to come together and realize that we can contribute with our ideas, with our work to the fisheries management in the Caribbean, and of course, where everywhere where MREP is. I have been also posting a lot of the Salvapeje workshops, as is the fish, is the name of the USVI version. I provide support on preparation of promo and presentation. I also assist during the registration process, take pictures and prepare posts and stories for social media. There is an extensive use of the newsletter about the descent device. And every time that we go, because we are getting all the contacts from the fishers, we are adding contacts to the CFMC master list. So there are more people that now they can receive information by email too. And in Wilson's presentation and also Nicole's, there is a slide that goes to the QR code to the link tree so that people can know where they can find more information about the sending device and also about the council.
Saludos, te habla Wilson Santiago, el oficial de enlace en pesquería para el Consejo de Administración Pesquera del Caribe y el Departamento de Recursos Naturales y Ambientales. Te estamos invitando para el sábado 6 de diciembre a participar en el Festival de Pesca Recreativa de Agua Dulce y Agua Salada a darse en el lago La Plata. Vamos a estar presentando el dispositivo de descenso bajo una nueva reglamentación federal. Vamos a estar en mesas informativas, como también van a dar talleres de diferentes temas en cuestión a la pesca recreativa. Los esperamos por allí el sábado 6 de diciembre. No falten, los esperamos.
Saben que Wilson va a estar ahí. Wilson will be there with Nelson. Also, we have been doing a lot of work with the General Archive. It's a new addition to the webpage. If you go now to the webpage and to the QR code, it will take you to the General Archive, and you will find 4 different areas: the CFMC regular meeting documents, the Scientific and Statistical Committee meeting documents, Outreach and Education Advisory Panel documents, and also the EBFM tab. I've been working with the CFMC and also with the OAP. If you go to the other 2 sections, I have to do a lot of work now. But for now, if you go to the page, you will have a very simple access to the documents that were shared in the meetings from 2020 to 2024. The new book, as Janet mentioned, it is available on ISU. Also, we produce a CFMC QR code sign that will be used by Wilson and Nicole when they put their educational tables. And again, as I mentioned in the past meeting, I leave that a slide because together we make the difference. And thank you to all staff members, panel members, committee members, Fishers, liaison officers, followers, scientists, managers, collaborators, friends, among many other persons for all the support, informations, and ideas. Thank you very much and happy holidays.
Miguel?
Yeah, Heather, do you have any suggestion for the OAP as we discussed before regarding the actions that the council has agreed on?
I mean, well, start by thanking both Janet and Christina for those great presentations. It's always so nice to see what you're up to. And we love to see the progress on the website. It's looking really good.
Thanks.
In terms of suggestions, we did pass a motion yesterday, right, to have them add as an agenda item to the next meeting, just a discussion of maybe how we could look at or repurpose new or existing materials and maybe identify some new materials that we could use to help people at these meetings, right, better understand some of the discussions that we're having and the documents that we're reviewing. So presumably you guys will have that conversation and then report back to us at the April meeting, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and thank you, Heather.
Thanks,
For the
Miguel.
record, we are talking about the glossaries
Mhm.
when we come to meeting, and also in layman terms, what are the ways that the public, the fisher can engage in the discussion at the council meeting? We have all that information here and there, but Janet and I and Christina will sit down and prepare something for your consideration at the next meeting. And even before that, we have usually 2 AP or AP meetings a year. Now they all have to be virtual. But in between today and next April, we may have that meeting. So we can consider all that material and bring the results to your meeting in April.
Yeah, and I mean, I would encourage you to talk with like Tony, right? And the the people who might be able to actually provide feedback on what's helpful, right? In terms of,
Actually, they are members of the OAPs of our fishers.
yeah, oh, awesome.
We got Ruth Gomez from St. Thomas. We
Okay.
have Gerson Martinez from St. Croix.
Okay,
And also we have Andy Maldonado from Puerto Rico.
awesome.
Yeah, they participate at every meeting that we have.
Yeah.
Make sure to follow what you just said.
Okay, thanks, Miguel.
Graciela?
So I have a question. Christina, do we know when the information is reproduced by the other Facebook people, like the guys in Arecibo? Do we know how many times that goes out?
Yes, we know. But
For the specific seasonal closure, for the specific area closure, for that kind of.
we can know and we can document that. If we go to the post and we go to the statistics of each post, we can know the amount of shares, the amount of likes, the amount of comments. And in the case of the videos, the amount of time that people are watching the videos, and also in the case of the documents, the amount of minutes that the people are reading them.
But I mean, reproduce, like, for example, Pesca de Arecibo or Pesca
How many
de
shares?
Copiare, how many times they actually
Share.
share?
Yes.
Wow, okay. And do they actually use all the information that you send them, or do they recreate that information and post it in their own?
There are some some of them they just share, but in the case, for example, of crudo, they always prepare a different post and then also use our information, and they tag us and give us a mention. So it depends on the people and their strategies and what is better for them, because if they are also if they are influencers or they have a fish market or a business, they want also a credit and to be seen. So it's a win-win situation. It's win for them and win for us.
Any more questions for Christina or Janet?
So I have a question about the enforcement agencies and the vigilantes, etc. Do we have a specific way of communicating with them regarding the seasonal closures, etc.? But like, for example, how do we reach them in terms of the social media or a WhatsApp group or something like that?
Good question. Because in the case of Big Fish Initiative, that is regional, not only the Caribbean Council, they already have posts that are targeted to this audience, to the enforcement agents. In our case, we are not targeting specifically the enforcement agents, but they receive the information because they are also following us. We both follow, like I follow the agency and the agency follow us, so they get that information in that way. But if you're talking about producing something for enforcement agencies specifically, it's something that we have to do.
Sinai Wilson.
So I want to commend you, Christina, on the work that you've done in updating the process that we go through for outreach and education materials. I've seen a great increase in the number and the ways that we target information to the stakeholders in the U.S. Caribbean. What I would say, and this is food for thought going forward, I think what would really be useful is we have a number of seasonal and annual things that we need to update the public on, both territorially and federally, and in all three jurisdictions that we manage. It would be really useful if the OEAP could develop a calendar that has links to the types of materials that are available for each of those types of seasonal closures or seasonal limits that we put in place, so that each of the regions and each of the agencies just have it at our fingertips, right? Either a hub or a website, or even just an Excel spreadsheet with links to where we can find that kind of information. Right now in the USVI, we kind of manage a lot of that. You're connected, obviously, with both Nicole and the people that do our social media. So every time you send us one, we forward it on. But I think having it so that we can also print them out and put them up on all the bulletin boards that CFMC has provided for the USVI. Make sure it's distributed out through our local agents like bait and tackle shops or the game fishing club on the US in St. Thomas or Golden Hook Fishing Club in St. Croix. That would be really useful, right?
Thank you.
No, antes que Wilson. Carlos, déjame seguir antes que le hable. Okay, one of the reasons we had this report to you is to hear that. So the priority for 2026, Janet and Christina will be to have that calendar, not the other calendar, but this one is specific, addressing what Senai just mentioned. And then that can be distributed in the first quarter of 2026. And that will be our first different tool modified for 2026. And then the second priority, well, parallel priority will be for the next meeting. We would like to have a tool, could be a bulletin or whatever is most appropriate, with a glossary of terms that we use, and also how you can engage. And for that, we can revisit the book that Dr. Vance Vicente mentioned yesterday, the Bolton book about the basics of science and fishery management. And those two can also be included, and we can present that at the next council meeting. But the calendar could be done right now and distributed in the first quarter of 2026. Of all the things that we do, probably that's the most important one. Let the people know what are the regulations in place, federal, local, Virgin Islands, local Puerto Rico. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wilson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Wilson Santiago, for the record. I just want to answer the question of Graciela about the outreach for the law enforcement regarding the seasonal closure or something. In my WhatsApp broadcast list, I have like 3-4 rangers from the DNR. I also have like 2 from FURA, from the police, state police, that are Marine Police. So they got the information. Also, the prensa from the DNR is on the list too. So he received everything. Everything is put in the social medias of DNR, and they have in first hand. For the Rangers, they have like this chat between them, and one of the Rangers that I send the weekly publications is like a leader. He has an educational leader of the Rangers. So yes, in first hand they got that information when there's some closures or any publication that we send them.
Okay. I do know that in St. Croix, we have the online newspaper VI Consortium, and I know that they put out our closed seasons and advise the public. 'Cause I don't know if it's Sinai or enforcement that forwards it to the public information officer for DPNR, but I've read every time we have a closure, it's in that newspaper. Huh? So next on the agenda, we have the liaison officers report, Nicole Griot.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nicole Griot, the current liaison officer for the St. Thomas St. John District through Fish and Wildlife and the Caribbean Fishery Management Council. I'm going to jump right into it. No long talking or fancy pictures at the beginning of my slides today. Next slide, please. So to touch off first on outreach and education plus engagement for CFMC, we're going to do the descending device workshops. In April, there were 10 to 12 people that attended the descending device workshop. On June 6th, which was our second workshop to be held at the Game Fish Club, there was only 2 people. Apologies, Graciela. Unfortunately, we had a miscommunication and the confounded variable of excellent weather. So we did not have a lot of fishers that were able to attend that one. The next workshop is to be collaborated with Mr. Julian McGrath, but unfortunately he is not here right now to back that up. But he did say that we were going to try to get something done through the St. Thomas Fishing Association and get our descending device workshop done that way. Dolphin and Wahoo regulation materials, printed flyers being handed out from both the council and also that I pulled from the NOAA pages. Thank you very much, Maria, for making those things available to us. HMS permit applications. I want to thank Sarah for attending our FAC meetings. We had some questions about HMS permits. Why is the application so lengthy? And I've also assisted fishers with guiding them how to get to the page and assisting fishers with using my laptop at either registration or at the Fish and Wildlife office to show them and guide them through how to apply for an HMS permit. In July, the OEAP meetings took place with Janet. I think that was our first one. We were speaking about the Fisher Information and Education Program that we would like to have developed for the United States Virgin Islands, and also information material idea building. And I'm very happy to hear that that was strengthened by some comments that were made today through our DAP members. For the engagements, there have been about 18 liaison-related engagements that I have completed. Some of them that were the most important were accountability actions. Serving as a liaison has allowed me to engage with different departments at the request of our fishers to do things that were very important to them. For example, clear communication with the Licensing and Consumer Affairs Department, just to make sure that our fishers were able to renew their license due to something as simple as a change of address and not having the fishermen be able to communicate it's the same place, there's just a change of address. I don't need to pay an extra fee. Also, being in contact with the Department of Agriculture to get one of our fish markets in Market Square cleaned and power washed due to an incident of sewage overflow that was impeding the sales of fish. The Department of DPNR and Fish and Wildlife assisting with getting a sink clogged out or drain clogged out in one of our fish vending areas, the Paul Bryan fish vending area. So these are all things that were very important, but if I was not able to do my liaison work and be in communication with these different divisions, they would have not been completed in such an easy task. Next page, please. Outreach and education for fish and wildlife. This is one of the things that I really love. Being invited to community events for reef responsible event tables, that has been an uptick in that this year. Pre-registration announcements, I assisted with that, and also getting a guest speaker to attend our pre-registration the meetings. Mr. Manoj Shaviv for the lobster survey, he was able to attend in person and explain to the fishers why it was important to partake in some of these surveys that are being requested of our fishers. Fish vending sites visits is always the best thing, helping fishers meet compliance, assisting with scheduling port samples, and reminding fishermen that we're at the end of the port sample term. Please make sure that you get another sample done. Working with other departments, as I've mentioned earlier, with regards to fishing matters. The best thing that we've done so far was being able to attend registration week and meeting fishermen that were unfamiliar with me, as well as helpers, and handing out the fish descending devices and explaining their usage, as well as showing them a couple of them that are rigged. Next slide, please. Okay, the fun stuff. So because of the relationship that I have gained with some of our fishers, we were able to obtain fish at a last minute from one of our local fishermen to have a next generation of fishers through the Youth Ocean Explorers program be able to dissect fish and also look for otoliths. This in turn is going to help the up and coming generation of local marine science by having hands-on experiences, and we would have not been able to do this one particular class with the fish and wildlife biologists if we did not have the fish. Next slide, please. The fun stuff. So this is something that's really important, I feel, with the council, and especially when it comes to outreach and education. There are several other programs out there that fishermen and also other liaisons can be involved in. Through the council, I was able to be connected to some folks that were on the Strong Coast and a survey committee through the Stanford University. I was able to attend 2 workshops in South America dealing with mangrove and coral immersion, and also the Strong Coast nature-based solutions workshop that took place in Belize. That is something that I feel we could touch on a lot here in the Virgin Islands, dealing with nature-based solutions. This is something that's really important and a language that I feel would benefit the fishers, especially when it comes to things like development, like Mr. Blanchard was mentioning, on our coastlines. The pop-up workshop devices seem to work really well when I show up at the table with a reef responsible table and I have the descending devices, and also just being able to be at the different fishing tournaments with our reef responsible stuff and educating not only fishers but also the up and coming fishers on just being reef responsible. Next slide. And thank you very much. And I want to thank the council for offering me this opportunity to be a liaison to the Virgin Islands, and Dr. Angeli, our Chief of Fisheries, Dr. Sanai Haptis, and the Division of Fish and Wildlife for letting me go out and engage with our fishers. This has been really great. This year has been very productive. I've learned a lot, and I want to thank you all for allowing me that opportunity. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Wilson? Or are there any questions for Nicole? Okay, Wilson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Wilson Santiago, for the record, this is my report as a fishery liaison for Puerto Rico. The outreach and education participation this past month have been very busy. We have been meeting. Yo la tengo acá, si quieres ponerla. No sé si subió. No, no ha subido todavía. We're waiting for the presentation. Okay. So again, with Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison Officer report. Okay, so for the outreach and education, next, Cristina. We have been meeting with the recreational sector stakeholders. We have a meeting with the recreational sector stakeholders to talk about the educational program for recreational fishers. That meeting was held in the DNR headquarters. We have a good participation of different stakeholders, government, federal, recreational fishers too. So it was a very productive meeting, and we are baking. It's in the oven right now. That program again. We are starting again that program as Elena Anton as the leader made the presentation. I mean, she's making things happening. Okay, so probably 2026. We are going to restart with the PEPPER program, educational program for recreational fishers. We have participating in the DAP meeting, and as always, I'm always in contact with DAP Puerto Rico Chair Nelson Crespo. We have been partner in the descending device workshops. I think I'm gonna mention it, like 16 workshops we have been presenting this year. In the next slides, I'm going to give you the exact numbers. Our participation to as a liaison in the MREP steering committee meeting, and in the workshop. I want to say thank you to Jeannie, Kearney, Natalie, Leah, Riley. Yeah, they're always, we're always hand to hand working together, Lauren too. We're always working hand in hand together. So tomorrow we're gonna have our joint steering committee meeting with the USBI. So let's see what happens for the next meeting. We have also a meeting with the USBI liaison, Cristina Olan, to plan future educational publication for fishers. There have been some issues regarding fishers from Puerto Rico and USBI too. So we are planning some new publications that they are going to attend those issues for the fishers of the Caribbean. Okay, we can continue sending educational and meeting publications via WhatsApp broadcast list. The WhatsApp broadcast list with the every time we make a meeting or a workshop, it continues growing up. Right now, it's like 1,100 fishers that I have in like five, six broadcast lists in my WhatsApp. So not only fishers, like I mentioned, the answer to the Graciela's question. I also am attending law enforcement, marine law enforcement, rangers, state law enforcement. So the information is they are receiving the information. Every time we have a very good feedback about all the publication that we make. And like always, thank you, Cristina Olan. Like always, she's the angel that is behind 98% of the publications in this broadcast list. Okay. Also, we share DNER, SIGRAN, other publications too. Okay. So this year I have the educational table at the CFMC educational table at Aquafest Festival. That was a festival made by I think NOAA Fisheries personnel from the Salinas de Aguirre in Salinas, Bahia de Jobos. I think she's posted. Marine debris program. Marine Debris Program, yes. Yeah, she invited us, so we went with the not so much materials that we have that like I'm going to show you in the same in this picture. So I know I see liaison in the OAIP we mentioned already that the liaison are asking for materials. Yes, we need them. I know that is the issue of funding, but right now, the picture that Cristina Olan showed you about the QR codes, that is new and that is very helpful because with these little materials, now we have those QR codes that we send them to the ISU and the link tree. That all the publications are over there. So we continue to give the educational information to the participant fishers and fishing community. So next. Okay, about the descending device workshop, the salvapeje, we call it in Puerto Rico, the fishers in Puerto Rico call it salvapeje. We have made in this since last August meeting, you may 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 workshops. And before, I want to say that before the regulation was approved, the commercial fishers was the ones that was very very interested. But since the regulation is approved in November 1, the recreational sector has been more interested in taking the workshop. So the next workshops are going to be that are coordinated. We have one in Culebra that is a commercial fishing village, but we have like 2, 3, or 4 nautical clubs workshops. So the recreational sector are being very, very interested in this workshop after the regulation was approved. So like I put over here, you see all the participants, recreationals and commercial, the numbers. And if you see after, okay, the regulation was put November 1, the was in the Club Nautical Club of Boquerón Cabo Rojo, 32 recreational and 23 commercials. That show you what I just said to you, that the recreational fishers are more interested right now, and we are attending to the commercial sector, So we are continuing giving the workshops. And next slide, here are some photos. 2 in the top are there are like 98% of the commercial fishers, but one in the down photo was the one in Nautical Club in Boquerón. Like almost all of them was like 60% of them was recreational. Next one, Cristina.
I want to
Oh, yeah.
add something, Wilson, that since also we have receiving recreationals at the workshops, we have families too. As you see in the first picture, we have a family of 4 persons there. So we now kids are also attending because they go with their families.
Yes, and thank you, Cristina, for bringing that, because we make like a certificate to those kids for attending this workshop, because it helps them to something from the school, right? That the Department of Education, they homeschooling, yeah. Okay, so next descending divide workshop, like I mentioned, going to be next week. This next Saturday, and we're going to be Nelson and me. We're going to be. I said it, but Nelson Crespo, the AP chair, he's always in all the workshops with me. I gave the presentation, and Nelson have a table with homemade descending device that he made in his house. He has convert a lot of things, and the features always are very interesting. Nelson, if you want to say something regarding this.
Yeah, thank you, Wilson. See, it's so gratifying when the participants, saw the homemade descending device and they start making questions. So, but more gratifying is that when they know who we are, they are starting, bringing their concerns. Most of the concern is related to the local, government. So I let Wilson, to bring the concern, to the DNER. Also, the tackle shops are start getting interested, to bring the descending device workshops to their stores. And we always give the opportunity to all the participants, to bring all the concerns before and after the workshops. So when the workshop adjourn, we stay, maybe half hour, 1 hour, the time they need, and talking with them, to attend all the concern and trying, to canalize and resolve all the issues. It's so gratifying, and I'm very pleased, to be with this opportunity. And I'm going to say thank you, Ila, to the Wilson, to the council, for the opportunity, and also Christina, because she saw well how Wilson says, the angel behind all this, she's getting there to give us a hand. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Nelson. So like Nelson said, also, you remind me something, in this workshop, descending device workshops, we don't only talk about the descending device regulation. We also include council process. We present to the participants all the panels of the council. We talk about the MREP educational program. So we don't only talk, we aprovechamos, we take the opportunity to talk more, to them about more other management stuff. So the next descending device workshop, we have 4 of them coordinated already. One that, well, like Nelson said, a taco shop, Matos Marin, that is in Fajardo. Yo creo que no me yes, okay. It's going to be determined. It's, maybe in January or February. ¿Me está escuchando? Sí. Okay, so next like, Cristina. Sí, está medio chavadito, ¿verdad? No, yo me cambio para allá. Okay, so other stuff, Puerto Rico Fishers interests and concerns. Like Nelson said, we always have time with them. My phone number is private, but in the publications, so I put my phone number. So they always all day start calling me. I receive like more than 10 calls every day, helping fishers and listening to them. Regarding state or federal regulation, license, state license. So interest, like I said, in the participant of the workshops, more interested in the DAP, OAIP, SSC, and the council process. So like I said, we explained that in our workshops. The charter license process too. They have been very interested, and they have been calling me and Nelson too. Right now it's in process. We are in process to create the educational workshop for the charters and headboats features in the island. Like I say, state commercial fishing license process. I attend that weekly, maybe daily. Federal water regulations, attend the workshops, and the self-fishing USBIs. That is one of the publications that my counterpart Nicole and Cristina, we're working to, like, some concerns and misinformation for all the fishermen in the Caribbean, American Caribbean, so they have the information that they need in first hand from us. So that will be all for me. Let me see if there's another. Okay, my next steps, continue with the descending device workshops. We are focusing around now, like I said, in the recreational sector, but the commercial sector also participate in those workshops. We start the educational commercial workshop, the PEPCO program. This year we have been in like very like 1 or 2 of this educational program. We are adding more topics to we are in reconstruction of the program. So in 2026, we're going to continue it. And waiting for the educational materials available to continue with the council educational table and informing fishing communities with marine educational topics. So that will be all for me. If any question or comment.
Question for Wilson? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Wilson.
Now, thank you all and happy holidays to all.
So we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're gonna get started again. I have a, okay. So next on the agenda is a letter sent to NOAA on the Executive Order 14276, Restoring America's Seafood Competitiveness. Think that's gonna be handled by Graciela.
But Miguel said that he was going to read it for the record. So the letter was sent on September 23. You want me to read the letter for the record? So the council, the information is available. The letter is responding the request that we had to fill out a template that they provided for the councils to to respond to the executive order 14276. So we submitted the letter on time at the time that they had requested. The letter was accompanied by the, can I have the next one? By the Excel table that they provide, no, the second page. There we go. So you have received this copy about with the information, and the importance of this is that number one, they requested that we rank the priorities, that we tell them what the action was that we were thinking about using for complying with the executive order, the relevant citation of the actual regulation, the updated description recommended action, the rationale for submitting the information that we were providing, what was the proposed plan and schedule for the implementation, and who was the agency responsible for dealing with any of these recommendations. So you have a copy of that. We will go not in a lot of detail, but we'll present the a PowerPoint with some of the points that we made for the table. Can I have the next one? So hot off the press, there was an extension to the request for comments. So it's open until December 15th. So can I have the PDF, please? And we'll be putting this in the social media. So anyone who has not responded as of today will have to December 15th to respond. And the way that this table was put together was we looked at the information that the council has been dealing with, the actions and amendments that have been provided in updates to you throughout the last year. The SSC and EBFM tab recommendations of research and information that it's needed for sustainable management of the fisheries. We looked at the strategic.
I'm sorry, I have to apologize. There are issues with the internet connection at the hotel, and also, so that's why we are not seeing the document there right now.
Graciela, I don't think that we need that presentation. Just go ahead and tell us what you did.
So we looked at, as I said, what the council had been doing in tandem with the regional office and the science center, the CDARs that we had been working on, the SSC and EBFM tab research recommendations, the strategic plan. The strategic plan that the council has in place. And from all that information, we put all that in the table. So we had an ad hoc committee meeting that looked at the species that people wanted to remove from conservation and management, for example. And that is something that the council had begun, the matrix that Sarah presented to you. So that's part of what we requested that we had to look at before we start deregulating things. There has to be a rationale for doing that. So we needed to put that explanation. We also included here the request, not only from the ad hoc, but from the DAPs that are on the council minutes, etc. For example, evaluate the MPAs that we have had in place since the 1990s. Are they working or they are not working? If they are not working, should we open them up? So in response to that, the council had submitted a coral reef conservation program grant for 2025 to include the fishers in the whole process of selecting the sites that we needed to review, where the aggregations were in one of these MPAs, how the scientists do the work that they do for acoustic, for bathymetry, for the currents, etc., and have them be part and be equal partners in pay and in say in the development of the work that needed to be carried out. So beginning tomorrow, I think we have the first fisher on board. There has to be a commitment because they have to be part of the whole process, the same thing that the scientists are. So that's the first year that we're going to do that. And it begins in Turmalin in Puerto Rico on the West Coast, which is the one that people are complaining that it's not working. It could be due to changes in habitat, etc. So we have ROV, divers, acoustics, all the technology that's available to monitor one of the MPAs, and the spawning irrigation are going to be in place. So one of the requests, it's the regulating the tourmaline if it's not working, but it's also stating that this should be a program that should continue to be every year to go and assess all these MPAs with the fishers in full collaboration with the scientists. So the same way that they requested that, we also provided information on we need recreational data. So MRIP needs to restart in Puerto Rico and needs to be implemented in the Virgin Islands. Again, if you're going to deregulate the recreational fisheries, no more bag limits or whatever you can think of, you have to have the information. Are they having an impact on the general population of the fish that we're trying to conserve and manage? The compatibility of regulations, the duplicity of these regulations, it's also considered here because it's something that the council was already working on. So that would also help in terms of if there are regulations that are duplicating the same thing that we already have in place. Let's take one off, but you need to assess if it's really two separate regulation or if they're doing the same thing, and that's part of the rationale that we provided for the table. The other one of the other issues that we had is the real need for social and economic data for any of the work that the council is doing. So a priority in this request was to actually get that information and put it, make it available for us to be considering the changes that need to be done. There is some information on both on the spiny lobster, the issues that the council is currently working on with the regional office, the information that CDAR 103 would need. It's also included in that comparison that we made. What do we need, what do we have, and what can we do away with? So CDAR 103, which is the alternative approaches to the U.S. Caribbean data, it's also part of what we consider. We also looked into enforcement. So this is not directly related, it's not something that the council can do, but we do have regulations on the import of lobsters into Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. So we need to monitor that. We need to make sure that the lobster that is coming to the island meets those requirements. And it's something that definitely impacts the commercial and recreational fishers, especially the commercials, because if you're getting very small lobsters at a lower price, then the local lobster will, the price will go down. So all of these things that I've mentioned have a direct impact on the economy of the local fishers. Because if the council is going to move forward with doing away with things, we have to make sure that not deregulating what we have will really result in a benefit for the local fisheries.
The other important thing is this. Ya no tiene que poner. Hey, ya no tiene que poner eso. The important thing, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the group is that we need now to wait until December 15. And after that, Washington is going to respond to each council regarding the letter that we sent with the information that we sent. And as we have said before, many of the things that we have here, we have been working with them and will be work parallel to this activity. So the council work will not stop. It's just that it could be modified once we receive the feedback from Washington. This letter, it was addressed all the questions that were sent by Mr. Peñero to each one of the 8 councils. And at the meeting of the CCC, we all are on the same page saying that this is not something that is going to happen overnight. We know that we have to follow a procedure, but we have to wait until we get the feedback from them in order to move with the specifics, things that they want to address regarding 14276. And remember, 14276 is follow-up of the 13, whatever their other name is. Yeah, so 14276 reinforced that. And remember, the council sent, at that time, we sent a letter with the things that we could do. So the executive director will meet on December 11th. One of the things that we are going to discuss is ways that we are going to implement whatever they send us from Washington. We also agree that our work continues, and there is a pilot survey project, not a survey, but a pilot project in the Pacific. Because the idea is that if you deregulate certain fisheries, and by the way, remember that we discussed, and there was a presentation by Andy Strachek, the idea of a 10-to-1. If you want to have a new regulation, you have to derogate 10 of them. It's only applied for any fishery that's above, is $100 million or above. But that level can be lowered by OMB. But at this time, Dr. Andy Strachek told us that in our case, we don't have to worry about it. But the pilot study in the Pacific is looking at the effects of any of these regulations in terms of the monies that you spend managing. The preliminary results, we don't move that far. It's almost the same cost. But the other part that it could be negative is that you deregulate some of the species that later on you will need to regulate because the fishery will lose it. They will lose economic return to investment. So at the next meeting of the CCC in spring, we expect to have a reaction from the National Marine Fishery Service to all the letters received from each council. But again, we cannot reiterate this or emphasize more. The work of the council will continue, as we have discussed the previous day, the famous metric and everything. The other thing that we discussed with Washington is every action that you take has to be in accordance with the MSA. Meaning, let's say that you want to drop any particular species from the management plan, you have to follow the procedure of amending that plan. And then you have to provide a rationale for the secretary to approve or disapprove your action. So we told that to the ad hoc committee. We said the same thing in August, and we want to reiterate that in part because I received a question from different people at the office, and one of them was interesting because he was thinking that if we do this, we have to force the local governments to do the same thing. And I said, no way, Jose. You know, this is all federal. The regulations that are approved by the Department of Commerce Secretary are for the EEC. However, if the local governments cannot prove that no action by them or whatever they do is not detrimental to the fishery, the authority of the secretary can go all the way to the shoreline. And that happened in the case of the marlins and everything. Since the get-go, they go all the way in there. So my answer to this person, and he works with one of the legislators here. They wanted to know, and they also wanted to know whether there was a project a long time ago that will establish by law that Puerto Rico will adopt any management measure approved by the Secretary of Commerce through the FMP process. And that was turned down because of the change of administration. But he wanted to know what was the status. After he had a lot of information about 14276, he's well prepared with all this. So anyway, my point is that the 2026 will be interesting, and they will expect a lot of action from the 8 councils regarding this and the local government as well. How this is tied to how they can do the thing? Well, the monies that they will authorize for activities in 2026 all the way to 27 will be tied to this 14276. That includes mariculture, fisheries, commercial, and recreation.
So a couple of other things. Most of what you saw in Maria's presentation on the actions, amendments, etc., had already been considered here because, as I said, these are things that the council was working on. The issue of the carryover of the ACLs, it's also included here because it's something that could benefit the fishers, increasing the amount that they have available for the next year, etc. There are other work that needs to be done, for example, in terms of Queen Kong. So there is reference to protected resources, to other agencies that might have something to say or might have already included in their work plan projects to look at the population assessment of Queen Kong in the area, for example. So that's also part of the table that we submitted. And the consideration of the matrix, which is the #1 issue, because the ad hoc already had spoken on behalf of what species need to be removed and why, then the whole setup that we have will give us that information. Are these species really need to be removed from the FMPs? And if they are, then that would be what the council will move forward. In some cases, some of the information that's requested will need additional funding that the council doesn't have. So it speaks to information that we need from the Science Center. It speaks to essential fish habitat, for example, for some of these MPAs. It speaks to management, the evaluation of management strategies that we have in place. That doesn't mean that everything is going to happen because it's really dependent on funding. So we lost the person who was the expert on MSEs on management strategy evaluation from the Science Center. So, you know, there goes staff person who could do the work, but now it would have to be contracted out to someone else. So everything in that sense, it's included in this table.
Graciela, can you expand on the tourmaline survey? Who's going to be paying that? And also the coral reef funding that we receive. I understand that 2026 will be the last year. So we will have to find other source of funding if we want to continue monitoring those areas. Can you expand on that?
So the Coral Reef Conservation Program had provided funds for the council to look, more than anything else, to look at the areas in the EEZ. So this is 30 meters and beyond. So it required for a period of time specialized diving, ROVs, etc. So we requested to have the last year of the CRCP that comes to the council to develop a real cooperative research program to look at the MPAs, the marine protected areas, or the areas in the EEZ. Because in most cases, after the diving depth that we have, then the ROVs need to come, the remotely operated vehicles need to come in place because there is no diving beyond a certain depth. So this is the last year that we have it. The plan is that there will be fishers also from the Virgin Islands coming to be part of the, there is monies in that proposal to have them come and be part of the work that it's being done. The assessment takes place over the full moon so that, you know, there is no aggregation right now at the Tourmaline in the West Coast, but the instruments are going in the water tomorrow. So there is a fisher from the West Coast who's already participating in that to go and deploy the equipment, see what the scientists do. As I said, they're getting paid the same as the scientists get paid when they go out in the field, which is, I think, the first time that it's done that way. And the idea would be to set it up in such a way that this can be done every year. And that way, fishers will be participating as equal partners with the scientists in deciding where to do the work, when to do it, because the moons are not the same for all the fish when they aggregate, etc. They would be part of the data collection effort, not diving, but looking at the ROV, because you need to there is a pilot for the ROV, but you have to be looking at what you're seeing because you don't want the instrument to go hitting corals and stuff like that. So they needs to come up and down. They will be part of listening to what the acoustic is telling us about not only fish, because we'll be reporting also on the sound of vessels when they come into the protected area and stop. Then we're assuming that they'll be fishing and then take off again, or when they're in transit. So you can hear all of that in the recordings. They'll be helping with the analysis of the data, because sometimes we get information that we don't know exactly what it means. So someone who knows the area, someone who knows the fishery, would be able to help in the analysis and the conclusion that you can reach from the information that you're looking at. And then they'll be part of the discussion in terms of, you know, writing up the report and everything else. So it's not that, you know, we're asking them to, where is the place, where should we go drop the ROV, where should we go drop the divers? It's that you have to be there throughout the process. So it's 3 to 4 days every month that you have to be part of this team. So it's a commitment. So there is more meetings coming up for the different groups of fishers that we need to hire. But as I said, this is the last year that we have this kind of funding available. we are hoping that if the coral reef conservation program continues, even if it's competitive, we should have enough from this first year to make sure that we can compete for that money in the future. So we can repeat it in every single one of the MPAs that we have in place. Because there is no, except for here and there's no more monitoring that it's taking place. So we'll see how that works. Because as I said, it starts tomorrow.
Any question for Graciela?
No questions, but there are comments in the chat. But she's first. She goes first.
Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heather Blau here. So thank you, Graciela, for that. Miguel has mentioned that there's interest in continuing the work of the council, right, in the interim while we're waiting for the second public comment period to end and further direction from headquarters on next steps. I guess my question is, we have heard great interest from the fishermen over the last several meetings about the deregulatory agenda and some items they're interested in pursuing to get some relief. And the list that you just reviewed with us, Graciela, there's a lot of items that will require additional funding, but there are also several that we could just tackle right now. Two of the ones that we've heard repeatedly are the reviewing the regulations for effectiveness and redundancy, and the other one was working with the territories to foster regulatory consistency. And you sent us the strategic plan yesterday after Sinai had brought up the his request to crosswalk. Both of those are in the strategic plan. They've also been highlighted at the last few meetings, and I guess I'm wondering if there would be interest in maybe pursuing those two things while we're waiting for further direction on the other. And if so, if that's something that maybe council staff could, between now and next meeting, like help us put some bookends around, like what exactly do those mean? We know we have I guess a preliminary list from USVI on the duplicative regulations, what they've done so far and what they might like the council to do on the federal side. I don't know if we could do the same with Puerto Rico. And then with the effectiveness activity, the things that you've already mentioned, there are closed areas being reviewed. I don't know what the timeline is, but are there other rules too currently in place that we could be taking a second look at to see, are they performing the intended objective, and might we want to consider
So some of the
eliminating
things that the council had tabled regarding, for example, the red hind spawning season and the seasonal closures and the MPAs are also included here. So again, I mean, there is some work that can be done on that. I think that we tabled it because we didn't have quite enough data to move it in one direction or another. Hopefully, the fourth year of the MPAs that includes Lang Bank and the 3 of the west coast of Puerto Rico, not 2 of the west coast, would provide information for the council to move along those lines. But the final report won't be ready until the mid next year. And then we'll have a very good look at that. So those are things that we can keep on, the compatibility issues. We should be working on that.
maybe for compatibility, we could have like a presentation at the next meeting about the list, like what we've done. And I think we did hear from one of the DAP chairs a request, right, for more information on.
We have been working on compatibility for quite some time now. So what we could do is to summarize what we have now, because remember, we already told the staff to do a lot of things for April on priorities. And I don't want to deviate from that priority that we have here. But whatever we can do to present to the next council, things that we already have, this is a list of possible regulations that could be examined, whether they are compatible or not. These are the list of species that we consider could be changed their status within the management unit, and then we can also say what it will take to do it. because what we will take is what really we are all after. Because as it was mentioned by Kelly Dennett at the meeting, some of the activities that we need to undertake to fulfill what 14276 is asking will require modification to the management plans. As you also mentioned, this would take some time and this to follow the schedule. But I think following your comment, that's a doable thing, to just to have a list of the things that we that no extra work for the staff that we have now. And also when we're talking the staff, we're talking about 4 people. 2 are to the 4 are right here, sitting. And so you think that will do it, Heather, to have that list of the things that could be considered for compatibility review and other activities that we have that can be reviewed or look at the April meeting?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think it'd be useful. I guess I'd like to hear from the other council members too, if they think this is something it's worth spending time on in April to sort of make some advances on the implementing the deregulatory agenda.
Sorry. Sure. Yeah, yeah, we are able to do that for the next meeting. Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah, we're going to request what priorities you have. For example, the regulations on lobster, on Queen Kong, etc.
I know St. Croix is ready. Our FAC, our DAPs, we did our homework with Sinai. He worked with us a lot, getting all this prioritized, so I don't know how it's working out on St. Thomas, and definitely I don't know what's happening in Puerto Rico.
As for St. Thomas, I'll devote that to Sanai, because he would probably know more than me.
Yep, I mean, both districts have already provided both their recommendations on policy action as well as priorities, which we're working towards, as I've mentioned, and I'm working with Maria on the 2, I believe, that are associated with changes that need to be made in federal regulations, so.
Sinai, would you be open to presenting on that, like at the April meeting, sort of the status of
Yeah.
that for the USVI?
Sure.
That'd be amazing. And Daniel, I don't know, the same. Okay,
Yeah, we're
That's
able to do
great.
that.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so clarification, 2 things. One, we're thinking about all of the regulations that you have in place regarding fisheries, right? Okay, and the second question is, could you please, because we are trying to track the same thing that we do with the Code of Federal Regulations, what we do and what the actual mandate that it's in the Code of Federal Regulations, what the references are for the regulations that are in place so that we can keep track of that?
Well, we need a simple list of the things that they are doing already for the next meeting. And yesterday, we already decided for the next meeting, we need to allocate ample time for the discussion of the thing that you agreed yesterday, that the staff is going to be working on. That's already have been decided. So the only thing that we need, in addition to what we said, is that, as Dr. Sanai mentioned, and you can have those presentations, and we'll continue the conversation that we have. And then we have to, at that time, identify what are the next steps. And I believe that's what Heather is looking at, to make sure that we don't stop the action. You know, I think that's where we are. Yep.
Okay, so next on the agenda are the advisory panel reports. I'm not sure whether DAPs have anything this time around. We only have Crespo here right now. Crespo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was talking with Gerson. Our DAP partners doesn't have any individual meeting, so the three of us doesn't have nothing to report at this time. If we celebrate some meetings before the April meeting, we are going to be able to report something. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. Enforcement reports? Puerto Rico DNR?
Daniel, an enforcement report.
Okay. I am here, but my mind is traveling. Sorry, guys. Okay. This is the Puerto Rico DNR Rangers Corps Enforcement Report, prepared by Ricardo Lopez. He is not here because he's taking care of family business. Also, we want to say thank you to Nelson Cruz Santiago, who is the commissioner of the DNR Rangers, and also he's a subsecretary, and also Edwin Rodriguez Ruiz, who is a subcommissioner, and Yamire Perez Roman. Thank you for to his help to do this report. Next slide, please. Okay, I think you're familiar with this slide. In the green square at the left, we are able to see the Puerto Rico Fisheries Law 278, and we only have 4 cases with the Puerto Rico Fishing Law. However, at the right column at the bottom, another green square, there is the regulations, the regulation 7949, that the name is the Puerto Rico Fishing Regulations. And we have 30 cases or 30 interventions during the last 3 months. We have the Rangers were able to intervene with fishers who were using a spear gun and tang at the same time, but they are not commercial fishers. Also, they were able to catch some people who were fishing in closed season for some species. Also, lobster below the legal minimum size, conch below the legal minimum size, fishing in closed areas or forbidden areas, exceeding the number of queen conch, exceeding the back limits for queen conch, an interview of related about conch harvesting. Next slide. Okay. So at the left column on the top, you will see the fishing regulation 7949 and the fishing law 278. What is important to mention here is that we had 20 intervention less than the previous 3 months. 3 months ago, the rangers were able to interact with 50 persons. Now they only have 30, but they were very active. I will show you some pictures of the intervention they made. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, here we are able to see some intervention with recreational fisher who caught 38 queen conchs, and the back limit is only 3 queen conchs, so 35 over. Fortunately, all conchs were alive and returned to the ocean. Not so small, yeah. Next. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, here we found another recreational fisher who was exceeding the back limits. The back limit was 3, and this person caught 7. Unfortunately, the 7 were clean underwater, so all specimens die, but the person has his fine. Next slide. In the next slide, next slide. Oh, so sorry.
Apologies.
So sorry.
I hear
Yeah.
we're having
I
technical
see,
difficulties.
Yeah, yeah. It's okay because the computer is slow. I am slower, so it's fine. Okay, it's fine. Thank you, Christina. Sorry.
I also, I'm sorry that I am interrupting you, but I also have to apologize because we are having internet issues and this presentation includes video, but because of the internet issues, I am not able to present the videos.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's okay. In this slide, we're able to see another recreational fisher, but he was using gill nets at the lagoon at the municipality of Nahuatl. And the fishers are not supposed to use gill nets unless they have a commercial license, and nobody is supposed to use gill nets in the coastal lagoon. So this person was caught doing that, and the gear nets were confiscated by the rangers. Next slide, and we know we have to take some time. Okay, thank you. In this picture, we observe a commercial fisher using gill nets in the inner lagoon of San Jose, very close to the Isla Grande Airport in Puerto Rico. And although he is a commercial fisher, again, he's not supposed to fish with the gill nets in the lagoon. And also, this area is polluted, so we're not supposed to fish there and sell the fish because probably it's dangerous for human consumption. So again, the gill nets were confiscated and fined for this person. One more slide. In the next slide, we see a person who has expired fishing license and catch over 150 individuals of queen conchs. The back limit for commercial fishers is 150, so he catch more than 150, and also his fishing license was expired, so everything was confiscated and he has a fine. And the last slide is for questions, and if we have internet, we are able to see a beautiful leatherback turtle, walking and start to lay eggs on the beach. Well, other day you will see that. Any question? Graciela?
Mr. Chair, if I may, can we go one back? Is the fishing in Bajo de Seco done in federal waters, or was that?
Oh, yeah, there is a comment, sorry, I didn't mention, but there is a comment that the rangers were investigate if they are able to confirm if if this activity was at the Bajo de Seco, what is a federal waters. However, we don't know the final result of this investigation, but
Be-
they suspect that.
Because Bajo de Seco is state and
Yeah.
federal. Federal waters are completely closed to the fishing of Queen Kong.
Right, right. So they are working on that.
But the point is, Daniel, that no matter where they are illegally caught. By
Right.
local laws and all federal laws, they are supposed to be zero caught.
Right.
So I don't know what they're investigating, but anyway.
Yeah, we are waiting for the final result. If they are able to confirm that,
Okay,
we know it's not easy.
I know.
We have a question from Joshua Cattell.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Joshua Cattell, DAP member of St. Thomas, for the record. As far as let's just use this one, for example, the commercial fisher who was operating under an expired license. In this circumstance where he was caught not only over his limit, but with an expired license, is there any, let's just say, consequences afterwards as far as renewing said license, or is it just there is?
Yes, this person will receive a fine, and and when he reapplies, thank you. When he reapplies, the office that give the license will stop for a year or something like that. They are able to do that, and he has to pay the fine.
What is the fine normally? Let's just say for something like this.
$100 per individual.
Okay.
So 150. Yeah.
No, I'm just curious if we have these circumstances where, let's just say this particular fisherman is not, some people is a fine worse than what they would make kind of thing. So just to make it where it's how do you say it? Like, yeah, prohibited, that people realize that breaking the law does not pay in these circumstances. That's what I'm trying to get at. So
Yeah. Hopefully he will be fine.
yeah. All right. That's all.
Thank you. Very good question. Thank you.
Wilson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add the answer of Daniel, yes, when a commercial fisher license renew their license in Puerto Rico, in the process of review, solicit a certificate that he doesn't own any fine or like the statistic reports or anything. They look in that, and if he own the fine, he hasn't paid anything, they doesn't give him his license. But if he paid it, they give it.
Is there a point where the government would not renew a license because of let's just say, for example, a repeat offender?
But what I know so far, I don't know if Danny have that answer, but what I know so far, I haven't seen any case. I don't know of any case that happens.
Who actually
That-
issues the license, and it's in Puerto Rico?
Thank you, Wilson. The license are under the Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources. And as Wilson mentioned, the Puerto Rico fishing regulation and the fishing law do not stop a person after was fined. So once they pay the fine, is able to renew.
But
Yeah.
but yes, the secretary of DNR and the director of the hunt and fish office, I don't know what's that in English, Casi Pesca, they are able to stop. You know, if it's in the second or third violation, they are able to say no, you're not gonna. But I don't know if in any case in that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vance?
Yeah, a question. You said 150 individuals of Trombos gigas per individual 100. That's a $15,000 fine. I don't think no feature. I mean, that's probably more worth than the Yola and the engine and maybe the feature itself. No, I can't believe that would not be paid. Or is there any evidence that they're paying those type of fines? I don't believe it. Yeah, Wilson.
In some cases that I know, I'm sorry, Daniel, that I step up. The fisher that made the violation go to a tribunal in the DNR with judge from the DNR, and they always make an arrangement.
That's what I thought.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you, Daniel. I saw on the screen that DPNR enforcement was on there. Ramon McIntosh, but I think he's logged off. Oh, no, there he is.
I'm still here. Just I don't have any thing prepared to show.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm still here.
And I believe that the Coast Guard is not present, and also LEO.
Coast Guard has a presentation. They sent the presentation and they are here.
All right, there we go.
James Butler.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you. And also, are you able to share your screen if I make you a co-host?
I don't believe I can. Are you able to share the presentation that I sent?
I will share the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me know when you're ready and I'll unmute again.
We're ready.
Great. Thank you very much. Yes, good afternoon, council and team. My name is James Butler. I am the Deputy Living Marine Resources Officer at Coast Guard Sector San Juan, located in San Juan, PR. Hope everything is going well for you all over in St. Thomas. I won't be taking up too much of your time this afternoon. I only have one slide here. Really what I want to share is how the Coast Guard is incorporating the Living Marine Resources mission into more of our day-to-day practices in Sector San Juan. Obviously, like every organization, we're resource constrained and deal with competing priorities. But some of the ways that we have added to our LMR diet, so to speak, in our daily operations is we have started implementing quarterly surge operations in areas of interest for fishing regulations practices. For example, as two of the restricted areas in the Mona Passage, I believe it's the Tourmaline and Abrir La Sierra fishing areas out west, as they closed on December 1st, we organized with the help of DNER and with FUDA and with NOAA Office of Law Enforcement to do a surge operation where we would deploy some of our units from San Juan, some of our small boats, to the piers and partner agency peers and the West Coast, and we'll deploy them every morning and every afternoon to patrol those closed areas, both for enforcement if fishermen are seen in those restricted areas and we have to stop them and board, and for awareness as well, to talk to the fishing public, talk about catch limits, talked about the seasonal nature of these restricted areas, and getting more face time with the public. Those are quarterly surge operations that we've started doing. The current one is ongoing, and I don't have numbers or stats to talk to you about right now, but for the most recent one, I think we did a total of 9 or 10 boardings for fishing vessels in the Mona Passage, and we had aircrafts fly over the restricted areas to create, to create maritime domain awareness for the assets to get underway and go and talk and communicate with the fishing public. Let's see. Another way that we've strived to increase our LMR activities in the last 3 months since the last meeting was we conducted another Caribbean LMR boarding officer training in late August on the 25th to the 29th. The Coast Guard does their living marine resource training through regionalized training centers. And during late August earlier this year, the training team from the Southern Region Fisheries Training Center, or Surf Tech, made a trip down to our base here in San Juan and trained up a few more living marine resource boarding officers, including 2 more sent to one of our smaller subunits in St. Thomas. And now that we've incorporated more LMR boarding officers into St. Thomas, they are able to conduct, I believe, weekly patrols out of Charlotte Amalie Harbor and patrol those closed fishing areas to the south of St. Thomas. One area where we continue to be resource constrained is the restricted areas in the vicinity of St. Croix. So what we attempt to do every so often is when our schedule allows for us to have 2 of our major cutters underway, we station one of them south of the Virgin Islands, south of St. Croix, south of Vieques, and do what we call boardings of opportunity, which is these are multi-mission assets. They're doing immigration, they're doing counter narcotics, but as boardings of opportunity are available to them, they'll do boardings for living marine resource protection in the vicinity of those closed areas. And finally, the last way that I'll share with you guys today about how the Coast Guard is upping its resource management for living marine resources is that we've started doing not daily, but semi-daily law enforcement oriented helicopter flights out of our air station in Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. And for these flights, they always take off with a purpose in mind, be it for search and rescue or for training or for law enforcement. With these law enforcement flights, we've made a point to begin using that time to fly over the secured or the restricted areas in the Mona Passage for maritime domain awareness, to keep track of whether or not there are sightings currently for fishermen in those closed areas. And when we see that, when we get that information from the helicopters, we know that it's time once again to start sending surface assets back towards those closed areas. So that's all I really had to pass to you all. Only one slide from me. I'm happy to field any of your questions about the Coast Guard and how we do this mission. But it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you all for your time.
Okay, thank you. I have a question that was asked me to present this. I guess Coast Guard would be the best person to ask right now. We have fishermen on St. Croix who travel south about 90 miles to Gibbs Bank, and they're kind of a little paranoid right now with what's going on in Venezuela, and they're not sure that they're mostly pelagic fishers, so they're not sure exactly what their restrictions are, or they just don't want to be targeted. Is there any advice?
Well, sir, I absolutely understand the apprehension and the worry from those fishermen. What I would recommend is, firstly, that what we're referencing here is more a product of the U.S. Navy than of the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard is not operating so much in those areas, like the geo position that you referenced, 90 nautical miles south of St. Croix. You'd seldom see Coast Guard assets in that area. Best advice as I can give is to follow the rules of the road, like we call them, for vessels underway out in the high seas, using things like high visibility lights while you're underway, use your fishing lights, keep your white over green up and burning brightly. But for more like nuanced information on how to operate in that regard, I would direct questions to the Public Affairs Office for the Department of the Navy in Puerto Rico.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass that on to those guys. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, OLE for Noah. Is there somebody online? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and I made you a co-host, so you can share your screen if you want to.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Let me know when you can see it, if it's delayed with your Wi-Fi there, and I can get going.
We're seeing it.
Okay, perfect. Well, I appreciate everyone's time. I'll be brief. I just want to give an update on where we've been since the last meeting. I'm Matt Walia, the compliance liaison. I'm based up in St. Pete, Florida. Want to let you know, before I get started, I just wanted to address, I think it was Graciela earlier during the outreach, she had some questions about how to contact enforcement as far as closed areas and seasons and all that and bag limits. We're always willing to take calls. We can take them. So I have my contact info. Council staff has it. A lot of you are familiar with our special agent in Puerto Rico. He's not able to be there today, Miguel Borge. And we also have a general email for law enforcement in the Southeast area, and I can post that as well. So just contact me or let council know. We can make sure that everyone has our info how to get. But as far as notices, I would recommend signing up. There's a listserv you can sign up for. Our regional office is really good. They have some amazing comms folks, and they always send out updates on closure areas and what's going on. So I would recommend that. But I want to give an update, and this piggybacks a little bit on what you just heard from Coast Guard of trainings. That's always an integral part we do working with our partners. Want to make sure everyone's compatible and understands the regs. As far as Sector San Juan goes, our agent in Puerto Rico that I mentioned, Miguel Borge, he recently did 2 trainings at Sector there, and a lot of it covered the federal violations, what to look for, what the boarding parties can keep an eye out for, trends we're seeing in the area, and then most importantly, how to put that information together and get it over to us so we could successfully prosecute it for a federal offense. So he did that twice. Those were really successful. And then he was asked to actually participate virtually after the dolphin and wahoo regulations that recently went effective. And he gave a virtual training on that. He advised on job aids that are also out in the field as well. So that was really good to get that out. And he also made his round over to the DNR Academy. There was about 40 new recruits that he trained, and same principle on trends and how to put a case package. So that's been real successful in getting information over to us. I want to take this time. I actually heard a little bit of this mentioned with lobster and seafood. But just as a refresher of some of those folks that may not know a program that we do a lot of enforcement for, SIMP. It's another acronym, but it's a Seafood Import Monitoring Program. This is something that has been around for a while, since 2018. It's for vulnerable species to IUU fishing or seafood fraud, and it's part of our mission to enforce that. So we've always enforced it. There's definitely been an increase in priority and an uptick in our efforts in the Southeast region. This is even hit in the Caribbean as well, in San Juan a lot as well. So I just wanted to make you aware of that, give you some background on the info if there's questions. But essentially, there's a lot of reporting and record keeping requirements that importers have to show for their product before it comes into the U.S. And a lot of it is traceability, right? So whether it's an aquaculture farm or wild harvest, we need to be able to see where it was harvested to that point of entry in the U.S. And if something looks odd or maybe there's some fraud going on, we're going to flag those shipments. We work with our partners a lot, with Customs and Border Patrol, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, FDA even too, when they're doing health inspections on the seafood, to make sure that it's proper coming in. And that helps protect our domestic seafood integrity. One example in San Juan, there's an importer there that had some previous noncompliance. They got flagged again. We work with the SIMP program, and they were trying to import cod and shrimp from Spain. The cod was actually via Iceland to Spain, and the shrimp was from an Ecuadorian-based shrimp farm. But it wasn't correct of what he had. We couldn't show the traceability, so he ended up getting a $1,000 notice of violation assessment through our general counsel. So a summary settlement that we had. So he did get fined for that, $1,000, but it's stuff like that that we're routinely inspecting seafood. And just so you can see, I put this graphic on below. That's nationwide for the Office of Law Enforcement just this past quarter of what countries we've inspected and seafood coming in. 11 different countries and almost 278,000 kilograms of seafood we've inspected. So that's stuff coming into the ports, the airports. We're making sure what's coming in is good. And you can see the Bahamas actually has a lot of spiny lobster that they're importing in as well. Updates on a couple of recent cases. There was a fisherman. He did not have his HMS Caribbean small boat permit, and he had an incidental shark catch. We were able to handle that with a written warning. So just a reminder, do your due diligence and have fishermen make sure they have the proper permits. I heard USVI was talking about helping fishermen with that. That's great to hear. Once you have that small boat Caribbean, it's pretty easy to acquire. It allows you retention and sale when you do have that incidental catch, so you avoid getting any sort of penalty. Another bigger one we had was there was a commercial trap fisherman in Hind Bank. That's closed year round. The vessel was out of Puerto Rico, and this started from a tip from the public. We ended up going out. It was a joint patrol with Coast Guard. We were able to document him fishing in the area, interviewed him. We saw the traps in there and pulled him out. He ended up getting a $5,750 notice of violation assessment through our general counsel enforcement section. So that was good to see. We had another case involving conch off the west coast of Puerto Rico. Fishermen illegally harvested in federal waters, and that was a $2,500 penalty that he received as well. So when we're able to get these case packages, whether we start them in or work with our partners, we can get some success out of it. And I just had a couple of reminders. I'm sure most folks that are online in the meeting are aware, but a lot of the closure areas for red hind are in effect right now. For the spawning areas, Bajo de Seco is still closed all the way through March of next year. Tourmaline and Aubrey La Sierra just recently closed. So they're there in the seasonal red hind closure. Anything on the west side of Puerto Rico and easy waters, you cannot even have retention for them anywhere in there. So just know your boundaries, know where you're going before you go out fishing. That'll save a lot of angst and issues. And Lang Bank is the other one that just closed here on the 1st as well. So just some reminders to know your area, be aware when you go out fishing. And I did want to put up, we always put this up, another way to contact General. This violation line, anyone can report anonymous. If you have questions, you can even send it this way. There's always a duty officer online that will return a call depending on the area. Just give location, as much detail as you can on stuff. And I would encourage the use. Earlier in the discussion yesterday, I heard some stuff talking about fads. This would be a great example if you want to give some tips on fads and the location where they are in federal waters off of USVI and St. Croix. Call this number, leave us that info, even though we no longer have an enforcement officer currently there with our staffing. Hopefully that'll change in the future, but not right now. But if we get enough tips and we can show something's going on, we can do surge patrols. We're still coming over to USVI with things going on, even if we don't have a JEA as well. It may not be optimal, but we can work and try to get stuff over there. The more reports we get of something going on. So just really encourage help from the public and from the fishermen. Help keep your fishing secure. Let us know what's going on and we can help you as well. So that's mostly what I had. Like I said, I didn't want to take up a lot of time, but if there's questions, I'm happy to take them as well. And thank you as always for the time to present. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Question, Graciela?
Thank you for that. And I have a question. Well, I have a comment regarding the some scientific activity that we're hosting at the Tourmaline this year, starting tomorrow. There will be a commercial fisherman on board in the with the scientific party. There is no harvest whatsoever. It's all technology oriented, and so just to let you know, because they will be carrying the proposal and the letters that the DNER and we have provided for them. So they'll be working between now and April during the peak spawning season at Turmalin.
Okay, I appreciate the heads up. If there's no fishing gear, I mean, usually when there's fishing gear, you're also getting a letter of authorization or exempted fishing permit through the NOAA Science Center. I don't know if that's the case.
No, there will be no fishing whatsoever. It's all passive
Okay.
work.
All right. Well, I appreciate the heads up. Maybe I can get with you offline and get some more specifics on it, just for awareness for everyone. So thank you.
Thanks.
Any more questions for Noah OLE? Hearing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is other business. Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heather Blau. So upon further reflection and discussion with my esteemed General Counsel colleague, Ms. Kirsting, I would like to rescind a motion that I made following lunch to have you, Mr. Chair, choose fill the vacancy on the St. Croix DAP from a list of MREP graduates that I'm going to give to you. And so rescind that motion now, and then we would just deal with that appointment during the April council meeting.
And
Just a little guidance. So to rescind the motion, you would need to make a formal motion to rescind. We can pull up the prior motion on the screen to help with that. And then we would need a second, and then you all would take a vote on the motion to rescind.
You also need a rationale. You also need a rationale as to why. So in this case, there's no need to rush to appoint a person between here and April. So there's no need for this action at this time.
Correct. There's no pressing reason to have the person appointed between now and the next meeting. And at the next meeting, there would be the opportunity for more fuller, broader discussion of the potential candidates. So I move to, is someone going to put it up?
Cristina is preparing it on the Zoom so everybody on Zoom can see it. So give her a second.
But I have to say what my prior motion is.
Yeah, so she's.
Okay, thank you. I move to rescind motion number 9.
Can we just copy and paste the language from motion number 9 just so that it's clear?
Vanessa Ramirez, so move.
Vanessa, es que tiene que decir second, no so move.
Okay, Vanessa Ramirez for the record, second.
Thank you, Vanessa.
okay, so the motion is to rescind motion number 9, motion to appoint a recent MREP graduate to the second remaining vacancy on the St. Croix DAP. The chair will have the authority to choose a graduate from the list of names that no fishery submit, so that's been rescinded. Moved by Heather Blau, seconded by Vanessa Ramirez. All in favor say aye.
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 Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, public comment period. I don't know if we have one around. So next meeting.
There is nobody in the chat or raise hand for comments.
Okay. So next meeting date? Miguel?
Tentative dates for 2026 are April 21st, 22nd in St. Croix, August 11, 12 in Puerto Rico, December 9, 10 in St. Thomas. Yes. Let me say it again. April 21st to the 22nd in St. Croix, August 11, 12, Puerto Rico, December 9, 10 in St. Thomas. And this meeting will be hybrid. It will be in person and through the, like this one. No hagas ruido hasta que terminemos, está bien.
That's it. Okay, I want to thank everyone for their participation. I want to again thank Roberto Fort for all his hard work on our IT side. And happy holidays to everybody. Enjoy Christmas. Meeting adjourned. It's 4:52 PM on December 4th, 2025. Oh, yeah.